Welcome everyone. Welcome. Just checking the feed. I've changed some settings, so making sure everything's all good. Looks all good. I think we're live. Yeah, we're live. Okay, awesome. All right, welcome. Impromptu read. I couldn't read this morning, because I had my son over and just literally where he was sleeping, it was right next to his head. I didn't think it was fair to start talking at 4 a.m. and wake him up, so I thought I'd leave it and try and catch up. So here I am. So yeah, welcome. We're going to continue on in Exodus 8 and just going to carry on. Welcome, Kim. Thanks for joining. I know that this time is an unusual time where we don't normally read, but sometimes we catch people in America and other places where it might be more suited to them. So I just try and, if I can't plan a time, I'll just kind of jump on and do it, and then we can catch the replay if we can't make it. So yeah, can't sleep, so yeah, nighttime over there. Yeah, I think it's a common problem, isn't it? It's a common problem not to be able to sleep, and I think it's one of those things that catch us all. Those 2 a.m. wake ups, so those 3 a.m. wake ups seem to be the prime time for things to happen in the spirit. So yeah, I do certainly always wake up at that time. I don't always successfully get out of bed at that time, but I know that around it's kind of like that midnight onwards period of time we usually find ourselves awake. So yeah, 12:45 a.m. Yes, so you're dedicated. Well, hopefully this is a lullaby to you, Kim. Hopefully this can help you sleep. So we're going to be talking about plagues. So hopefully that doesn't give you nightmares. All right, so I'll go into it and we'll get started. I'd probably have to adjust the zoom level a bit here by the looks of it. I think that's about where we normally have it. I think it's either there or there. It might be there actually. That's about it there. So so enjoy the lullaby and yeah, the second plague, frogs. All right, then the Lord said to Moses, "Go into Pharaoh and say to him, 'Thus says the Lord, let my people go, that they may serve me.'" So we're just reading about the initial starting point of Aaron and Moses, and they've been what's the word? God actually commanded them, but there's a better word. He charged them, to go in and do this. So they were basically, yeah, I hate creeping things too. Absolutely. Yeah, my thoughts on spiders. It's always when I'm reading, I'm looking at the walls just here behind where the setup is, and I always see a spider crawling around, and I just have to stop and kill it because all spiders must die. Except for in Australia, we have daddy long legs. I don't know if you guys have them. I don't know what they're called, what type of spider. We just always call them daddy long legs, and they're thin, wiry spiders, and they kill all the bad spiders. So we don't touch them or hurt them because they like hang up in your corner or in your house, and then they just stop all the other ones. They kill all the other ones. And so they're kind of like thin, wiry. They're not black or fuzzy. They just look like little stick insect kind of spiders. Well, they're not often little. They can often get kind of, that big. But they're harmless. They can't even pierce you with their bite. So they can't pierce your skin. So, and they're not spiders that like to crawl around. They just like to hang out. So they're not I don't find them gross at all. I find them unnerving if they're near my head of my bed or somewhere. But yeah, they're happy just to chill there. You'll look all night and they won't move. Whereas the black creeping ones, they walk around and they go up and down and in everything and hide in your blankets. And yeah, so enjoy the lullaby. You're probably checking your bed right now, are you? Anyway, so as I was saying, God charged Aaron and Moses, right? He charged them where he's like, "I command you to do this, right? I command you to go and do this thing, all right? Because it's my people, okay? My people are suffering. They're in slavery, okay? And Pharaoh's persecuting them, and this is what I charge you to do." So if you're given, when we understand what an apostle is, for example, an apostle is known as a sent one, or someone who's sent. That's what it means. Okay, you can't just call yourself an apostle, for example. Like anyone online who just goes, hey, I'm Liam, I'm an apostle of Christ. Okay, no, you're not. All right, unless God actually sent you, you're not. Okay, you can be a disciple in training, because we all are training to be disciples, but you can't just be an apostle or sent one. Like Paul, for example, was sent directly, go and do this, go and do that. Okay, one day you might be, all right? One day you might be just like sent, go do this, go do that. So anyone who brands themselves an apostle, we just have to be careful, because they themselves probably don't know what the word apostle means, that it means a sent one. Okay, so I just thought I'd bring that up. But we see with Aaron and Moses here, like they're leaders, okay, and they're sent by God. They're like, I charge you to do this. This is your job. Okay, this is what I command you to do. Go do it. And he doesn't say like, go do it or else. Like he doesn't do that. Okay, we see he does it because he builds this relationship. They have this relationship with God where they discuss things. He charges them, and it says, like when Moses first sees the burning bush, Moses is like, I can't do it. I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm not a man with good speech, right? I'm not able to do that. And God gets angry with him because God reassures him and says, you'll be right. I'll be with you. I'll help control your tongue. And then he goes, I still can't do it. Find someone else. God gets angry because God knows he can do it. Okay, he knows, but he's already organized in the background Aaron, his Moses' brother, in order to meet him and to do that job, because he kind of sees that side of Moses and he's like, well, that side of Moses will change. All right, he'll change when he gets some experience and he goes out, like he's going to grow through this. And so Aaron, starts off as the mouth, and then we see by the end of Moses, like when Moses is doing what he's doing, he really is taking charge as a leader. And he starts barking orders at the Israelites and letting them know what to do, and he's leading them, right? But somewhere along the line it just happens. He just takes on his leadership role and he runs with it, and he's actually really good at it. Of course, he makes some mistakes, is why he can't go into the land. He failed to follow the specific commands of God towards the end, which is really sad. Okay, I think he was supposed to speak to the rock with the water, and to have the water come out, and he hit it twice with a stick because he'd done that before. Okay, and so he did that, and he used his anger, I believe, and because he used his anger, as well, like he took away that glory from God in that moment. So it's all, we can see how those with a close relationship with God, those who are following him, those who are doing everything, they can make mistakes, and those mistakes can have, ongoing effects. So as we see with Moses, for example, like he died, he was buried, no one knows where he was buried, but that was his time when we see that Joshua took over and to continuing leading the Israelites. So the point is that when we look at this story of leadership in Moses and Aaron, for example, he starts out exactly like we do, resistant, not able to submit, okay, struggling to listen, struggling to go, yes, God, I'll do that. Okay, we start off and we're like, oh, that's beyond me. It's too hard. I can't do what you're asking me to do. And that's a natural thing that we all feel. Okay, we feel overwhelmed in that situation. But we almost must face that situation at some point or another. You will be asked to do something that will feel beyond your capability, that will feel beyond your, comfort level. You'll be completely out of your comfort zone, as we've been talking a lot about lately. So when that time comes for you, or if it has already come, or if it hasn't, it will. Okay, it comes for all of us. And when that time comes, okay, when he says, go and do this, he'll be with you, okay? And what we see in this story, God's with them through this, okay? God's not just saying, go do this, and he's like, taking a step back and he's dusted his hands of them. No, God's walking with them in this way, okay? Yes, he's asserting his authority because he has sovereignty over all things. Understand, he's God, right? He's not your boss at work, or he's not somebody just with this middle tier, sovereignty. He created all things and you. He knows you better than you know you. Okay, he knows everything about you because he made you He knows your weaknesses and your strengths because he made you. Okay, so when you go complaining to him, I can't do this, I can't do that, he's like, yes, you can, because I made you so you can. I made you that you're actually going to be pretty good at this when you actually get in and try. So, walking with God gives us confidence. It gives us confidence, not cockiness, not ego, okay, not being prideful, but it gives us confidence because we know that there's someone else walking hand in hand with us in everything that we do, okay, in every challenge that we face. And I was, talking a little bit about this with my son earlier, where I was trying to explain to him, it's such a different thing walking with God than doing things our own way. Because when we do things our own way in our own life, we have this fear of whether it's going to work out or not. Okay, we have this fear that just lingers in the background, and it's kind of like, oh, is this the right thing? Is this going to work? Am I going to get this job? Am I going to get this parking space? Am I going to get this? Am I going to get that? And we start thinking on those things, okay? And we start thinking, is this going to work out? And so we're always questioning it, and we're questioning it because we're trying to will things into existence, basically. All right, what we're doing is we're trying to imagine, we're using our imagination to try and imagine that things are going to be okay. Okay? But when we walk with God, it's not imagination. Like, he's not a genie that just goes click and just goes, here you go, either. It's not like that. So he's got his will for your, keeps cutting out, does it? Okay. Let me just come back a bit from the mic and just see if that helps. I like to hug the mic when my feet are tired. So I'll go back a bit and see if this is all right. Just let me know in a minute or so if it's still cutting out, and I'll reset my sound card. My point is that when we're walking with God, and we choose to walk with God in his decisions and his path, there's a confidence that comes. Okay, there's something that comes past 2 minutes. Okay, let me reset my sound card, hang on. All right, it should be back. I'm pretty sure it's because I get too close to and I peg the mic. Yeah, I've just reset it, so it might be all right now. If it's, yeah, sometimes it takes a couple of goes otherwise. So I'll keep talking. Just keep letting me know if it's better or if it's gotten worse, because I don't want to, have it cut out and annoy you guys. But it tends to happen from time to time. So when I get excited, I think it usually cuts out. All right, so when we're walking with God, things are different, okay? We get this confidence that we don't have when we're walking on our own, because we're not sure of anything when we walk on our own, but when we walk with him and do things by his plan, we discern his plan, okay? Then we trust. We don't have, that's better? Okay, good. We don't have faith in our own capabilities, all right? I don't have faith in my own capabilities. I have an assuredness that I'm going to fail and mess it up if I try. All right, welcome Kingdom Shaker, welcome. Great to see you. Great to see you. Thanks for joining. So like for me, like having faith in myself is the wrong approach. Okay, if I have faith in myself and I trust in my own abilities, okay, I'm going to fall on my face. Okay, the real lesson comes where we start to surrender and realize that when we do anything on our own, it's likely to fail. And when we look back on things, all right, when we look back on things through our life that have succeeded, okay, God's intervened into it. I promise you. I promise you nothing that you've succeeded in has been by your own bat. It's actually your self-delusion that you think that it's all been your own personal achievement. Okay, he writes it in your heart what to do. Okay, those moments, those bursts of energy, those moments where the creativity comes, those moments where everything flows, where everything fits, okay, that's his spirit working in you. Okay, that's his spirit working in you. And so pray for those moments, pray for that joy, even pray to have the energy when you're being, in a situation of trial and you're struggling. Pray for that energy to do good things in your work with your hands, whatever it is you do for your job, whatever you do in your daytime. Pray for that as well, okay? But understand that whatever's in his will be the thing that will be delivered in your prayers. Okay, so the more that you operate in his will, the more likely it is your prayers will be answered. And he says he will answer all of our prayers, but maybe not in the way we expect, okay? He might answer our prayers, for example, like we pray on something that's not in his will. He might answer our prayers with some understanding in a dream, why not to pray on that, or why that prayer perhaps is, is not in his will. Or he might not immediately say something, but over time you'll learn the lesson. All right, something will happen where you go, why was I praying for that? It makes no sense. Okay, so we tend to use God like a genie. We don't want to use God like a genie. Okay, we want to pray. We want to ask for things, okay, in order that we're better able to serve others. And so we see in this story as well with Moses and Aaron, bringing it back to this, okay, that they're constantly going back to God with all the problems of the situation and the updates of what's happened and saying, this happened, that happened. And he's always got an answer for them. Okay, but he waits for them to come back and discuss it with them. He doesn't just go, okay, here's the first pestilence, here's the second, third, fourth, fifth, and then, okay, now, yeah, I've hardened Pharaoh's heart. No, he does the first step. Okay, and then they're like, why did you do this? Now he's making all the servants serve so much more, and he's putting this extra workload on them, and okay, he's teaching them, he's showing them. This is Pharaoh. This is his personality. This is what he will do. He's a cruel man. Okay, this is what he's doing. He's hardened his heart against the people. All right, and he's demonstrating who he is. Okay, he's like, I'm God, and this is Pharaoh who worships himself as a god. Okay, let's see what happens here. And so God demonstrates who he is through this, but he doesn't just come out and just destroy them. He doesn't do any of that. Okay, he progressively applies pressure, more pressure and more pressure, until he gets to that breaking point where he bends the knee, if you will. Okay, and this is exactly how the judgments will be, as we've spoken about before. Okay, we think of it as it's just going to be like immediate fire from the sky, bam, and everyone's bowing down. Like, it could be, right? I'm not denying that. But, I think it's fair to say over the last few years, we've seen gentle pressure build and applied and applied and applied. And you can see that pressure starting to come out of vents everywhere now. Okay, you're seeing liken the earth to, having a volcano under it. Okay, you're seeing vents pop up open everywhere now. Okay, the earth's groaning. All this stuff's happening in the earth all the time. Okay, and then what's happening is the world and the evil within it is reacting to those events. Why? Because Jesus is returning. He's coming. Okay, and part of God's plan for this 7,000 years is almost over. All right, remember, one day in heaven is 1,000 years on the earth. Okay, God created all things, rest on the seventh day. All right, 7,000 years. All right, it's the period of time we're aiming at, and that's the thing that we're at that end now. We're at that point, and so we're seeing these problems open up everywhere. So Exodus at the moment is probably one of the most applicable stories to us, because we are in a spiritual exodus. We are likened to the slaves coming out of the world. We are likened to those who are being persecuted. We are likened to those where more pressure is being applied. Okay, more pressure is being applied and more pressure is being applied, and that's exactly what the pharaohs of the world are trying to do to humanity, apply pressure. Okay, they're trying to do that as well. So we kind of learn a little bit about ourselves in this story, okay, and we're kind of like the Israelites under Pharaoh, if you will. Okay, but take Pharaoh and multiply him by all those leaders around the world. And, they're all those leaders around the world are all in cahoots with each other. They're all operating as one. Okay, and that's why they're being successful in what they're doing, because the fact is that most people aren't saying no to it. No one's stopping it. Okay, we're allowing it to happen. It is part of God's judgments on man, of course. But our prayers are the only weapon we have against it. And when I say the only weapon, they are an amazing weapon against it. Because all of this is behind the scenes is spiritual. And if we actually got the whole world and started praying to God, then all of this would be very different. But as we see, it's not so. Let's continue to read and let's look at the story, and let's try and look at the the commonalities between us and our world and what's going on, and this story. And not just look at it as a story, but look at it as a reflection upon, things to come, upon things already happened, and just the behaviors of man as well, and God as well. So we get to learn a bit about God's character here, which I think is awesome. So just looking at the comments before I get reading, we see guys are just talking amongst yourselves. Oh, we got some rescue kitties. Awesome. I'd love to have another cat one day, but it may not be on the cards for me. Welcome, Christina. Great to see you. See, everyone's coming in. Awesome. Okay, let's get reading. Let's get started. So the second plague, frogs. And the Lord said to Moses, you got 2 cats? Yeah, cats are awesome. Whoever doesn't like cats, go the door's that way. Some people don't like cats because they have allergies and stuff, but I just think, like, if you don't have a heart for cats, like, then you're a little bit divided. You got to have a heart for cats and dogs and other animals. You got to have a heart for all animals, to be honest. The second plague, frogs. Then the Lord said to Moses, go into Pharaoh and say to him, welcome, Deborah, thanks for joining. Go into Pharaoh and say to him, thus says the Lord, let my people go, that they may serve me. But if you refuse to let them go, behold, I'll plague all your country with frogs. The Nile shall swarm with frogs that shall come up into your house and into your bedroom, and on your bed and into the houses of your servants and your people, and into your ovens and your kneading bowls. I remember as a kid when I lived on a farm, we used to have this plant that was kind of in a carport, and I just remember these bright green frogs that used to be like real big ones. They weren't cane toads like we get in Australia, in Queensland, but they were big frogs. Like, I just remember as a kid, I could never forget the smell. Frogs have this kind of smell about them, have this kind of, pungent kind of smell. And I can picture it now. Like, I know you can't picture a smell, but it's just like talking about frogs. I just remember that immediately. And so can you imagine like a whole bunch of frogs just coming in your house and just taking over? And then especially when they die, one little frog, when it's dead, they stink. They're bad. Kingdom Shaker says, God helped me with my lifelong cat allergies 3 years ago. God is good. I prayed before I adopted my first cat. That's amazing. It's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I remember having feeling like a hay fevery kind of feeling around one of my cats. The other one was good, but one just had short hair, and it'd make me do that. But it was kind of worth it. I just kind of put up with it. But probably similar, maybe allergy or something. So much peace. My daughter is an only child. Cat friends are like her siblings, 4 cats. Oh, right. So Benadryl. Yes, it's very serious allergy. Yeah, proper allergy. Yeah, mine was just a reaction, I think. Yeah, no, that's awesome. No, they're good company. They're good fun. What's that type of cat? Showing the kids actually the other day. They're a massive breed. They're the world's biggest cat. Oh man, I can't think of the name of them, but they're huge. They're massive, and they're a house cat. I'll think of it as we're reading. All right, so yeah, the breathing. That's not a good thing. Not a good thing if it's doing that. The frog shall come upon you and on your people and on all your servants. Maine Coon, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, MAINECOON. That's them. Yeah, and they sometimes have lynx kind of ears and stuff. Yeah, they're pretty interesting. They get really big. Yeah, it's spelt like this, I think. Yeah, they're cool. They're really cool. It's I think that they'd I reckon that their claws, when cats grab you and just muck around, I reckon these ones would really hurt. Put it that way. And the bites as well, the love bites. Alright, I'll keep reading. The frog shall come up on you and on your people and on all your servants. And the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your hands with your staff over the rivers, over the canals, and over the pools, and make frogs come up on the land of Egypt. It always gets him to use his staff. It's quite interesting, isn't it? You look at it, it's always like he uses the staff for the snake, like it turns into a snake, and then he uses the staff in order to do this over the rivers, and then also to, like, he stretch out his hand over the waters. But then we see with, like, Elijah, for example, he uses his cape, for example. Just an observation, no real answer. So stretch out your hand with your staff over the rivers, over the canals, and over the pools, and make frogs come up on the land of Egypt. So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. But the magicians did the same by their secret arts, and made frogs come up on the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, "Plead with the Lord to take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I'll let the people go to sacrifice to the Lord." Moses said to Pharaoh, "Be pleased to command me when I am to plead for you." Okay, so Pharaoh called Moses and he's like, "Take away the frogs, right? And I'll let the people go to sacrifice." Okay, and then Moses says to Pharaoh, "Be pleased to command me when I am to plead for you and for your servants and for your people, that the frogs be cut off from you and your houses and be left only in the Nile." And he said, "Tomorrow." Moses said, Be it as you say, so that you may know that there is no one like the Lord our God. The frogs shall go away from you, and your houses, and your servants, and your people. They shall be left only in the Nile. So Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh. So we see this repeated pattern of Pharaoh. He's like, "Oh, I'll let you people go, just stop it." All right, so then it stops. Okay, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, he has no intent of stopping or letting them go, I should say. Alright, so they shall be left only in the Nile. So Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried to the Lord about the frogs, as he agreed with Pharaoh, and the Lord did according to the word of Moses. The frogs died out in the houses, the courtyards, and the fields, and they gathered them together in heaps, and the land stank. I imagine so. But when Pharaoh saw that there was a respite, he hardened his heart and would not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Enough cat talk, I like that. As cat people, it's the cat people thing. The thing one observation is that I've noticed is a lot of people that decide not to have children, they still have love, right? And they tend to get dogs, for example. It's most commonly for some reason. Cat people are interesting because I see, like, commonly cat people, will have children or no children, but you'll see some people are like extreme cat people, and then they have kids and they're awesome parents as well. Not saying that people that have dogs aren't, but it just seems to be this thing, right? People that just, like, they want to pour love into an animal if they don't have kids, right? And so, that's fair. Like, that's, because we all have the capacity and the want to love. And some people can't have kids as well. As we see in the Bible, like, there's lots of barren people or that have conditions and they're just called barren, like they just can't have them. But we know in this day and age there's a variety of reasons why people can't have children. And so, but plenty of people have kids and cats, and, the cats grow up with the kids, and cats are good, and dogs and stuff with kids as well. But you just generally see that there is a different thing when you have people that are like just only dogs and no cats, or cats and then people that have both. It's kind of there's a slight difference there in that. So my preference is kind of both, but I'd probably pick cats over dogs just because, like, when you do stuff and go away, they're not as needy. Like, if you have to go out, the cat's happy just to, do stuff and sleep and whatever, whereas a dog, like, is super needy usually. Tangerine, that's a nice name. He's almost 4 years, a nub tail, he's 15 pounds. Jamie's 11, we call him Mr. Wonderful. Yeah, I think so too. I think there's a bit of empathy going on with cat people. I think they're generally a bit more gentle natured. Like, you come across most people that love cats, especially blokes, and they tend to be a bit more of a gentle kind of gentle person in their nature. And I reckon a dog too really demonstrates your personality. Like when you see someone with a dog, I don't know, there's just always something you go, like the dog suits the owner. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, you commonly see that. Have a look at, just observe people and you'll go, yeah, that dog looks like the owner, and vice versa. Yeah, catch a mouse to eat no pest. All right, so we've got the plague of frogs here, right? And these frogs, they're just like, they're stinking, they're bad. They're basically, that wouldn't be very pleasant at all. The third plague of gnats. Okay, so one thing I've learned about in Kenya, for example, I didn't know this until the sister that comes on here, Sister Leviticus, she talks about, she might be in here now, I'm not sure, but she talks about like on her channel about they get these bugs that live in the mud called jiggers, and they're like fleas, right? And these things are vicious, like they just attack you if you're sleeping on the floor, right? If you're sleeping on the floor, you end up like getting attacked by jiggers, and it's like, it's torture for the kids, it's torture for the people, because there's no escaping them. Like you imagine like these things attacking you all night, and they basically cause sores and itchiness and all sorts of stuff. And yeah, like it's because they're in the ground, right? They built their house out of like mud brick, and they're just come out of the ground, like they're just in the ground. And so you got to concrete the floor and kind of cover it, in order to make sure that there's nothing for them to come up into. And certainly, certain patches of land are going to be worse than others and things like that. So pretty horrendous if you have to sleep on the floor amongst those things. And in this plague, we see these things just go everywhere, right? They just go absolutely everywhere. They're like, these things are like demonic, if you will. They're just horrendous. Christina, cat, cockroaches, rat, spiders. Much of the family in Mexico has cats because of this. Very common in third world countries. Yeah. That's a good thing, isn't it? They're good rat catchers. So the third plague of gnats. Then the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your staff and strike the dust of the earth, so that it may become gnats in all the land of Egypt. And they did so. Like, see, I probably even braved the smell of the dead frogs. But these things, like, there'd be no escape of these things. This would be worse, I reckon. Aaron stretched out his hand with his staff and struck the dust of the earth, and there were gnats on man and beast. All the dust of the earth became gnats in all the land of Egypt. Yeah, can't imagine it, right? That's right. The magicians tried, these things, right? You can't escape them. Like, there's nothing you can do to escape them. Like, it's just the worst. Right, the worst. The magicians tried by their secret arts to produce gnats, but they could not. Okay, see how they're trying to emulate their abilities through their occult practices, whereas God, as we say, has sovereignty over all things. Okay, he has dominion over all things. Yes, he gave us dominion over the fishes of the sea, the birds of the air, and things like that on the earth, but he has dominion over everything. He has, he's able to control everything. He's able to manipulate everything and speak to everything in his command. Okay, he tells the sea not to go any further, right? Now all these things, like as it says, he tells the sun to rise, right, and the sun to set. So there were gnats on man and beast. Then the magicians said to Pharaoh, this is the finger of God. But Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he would not listen to them, as the Lord had said. So even these magicians, they're admitting their defeat, and then admitting this is God. Like this is beyond our capabilities, our occult knowledge or understanding. So yeah, pretty horrendous. The fourth plague, flies. You're gonna have the weirdest dreams, Kim. You're trying to get to sleep and you're listening to all this. I know when I have dreams. When I have dreams, I can actually think back to everything. Like some dreams, the mirroring dreams we're talking about, you can think back to things that you've been thinking about that day and actually find them all in the same dream, or that's what happens to me. But it's in a different way, like it's presented in a different way. Like for example, I was saying the other day, I was talking I was talking to somebody about getting rid of items that open doors. Okay, and then in the dream I saw a like a window, like a display window with all these possessions laid out, and they're all being like, it looked like they're all being sterilized or something. And that, I believe that was the manifestation in the spirit of my comment to that person, right? It was like how it represented in the spirit. It's weird, right? It's so much different in the spirit than what I said, talking about objects that open doors, like items of witchcraft and stuff like that. But those items I was talking about, I believe in the dream, they were appearing there. So it's taken a while to understand that when we say things or have things in our heart, for example, sometimes they're mirrored to us in these dreams, and those mirrorings actually give us the insight to be able to understand what's in our hearts and what we're thinking about, and what we may need to change or work on, or those sort of things too. So it really depends on the dreams if you have them. I know that for me, like it's not always every night, but it's like it can be just, usually like after a big read or something, like Bible read or things like this, I'll tend to get them. Or if we've done, I've been in the spirit a lot through the day and stuff. Definitely don't tend to you don't get the positive ones if you're walking in the flesh, if you're being really fleshly and in that way. So, but yeah, I want to mention that because like the spirit's kind of weird. It's like kind of strange, because we live in this world that it's all we know. And in the spirit, it's just so different, so different. It's so hard to understand. All right, so we have flies now. All right, so we've got gnats and now we've got flies, the fourth plague, flies. And the Lord said to Moses, "Rise up early in the morning and present yourself to Pharaoh as he goes out to the water, and say to him, 'Thus says the Lord, let my people go, they may serve me. Or else, if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies.'" Just checking my aircon is on you and your servants and your people, and into your houses. And the houses of the Egyptians shall be filled with swarms of flies, and also the ground on which they stand. But on that day I will set apart the land of Goshen, where the people dwell, so that no swarms of flies shall be there, that you may know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. As long as it's not Nephilim. Oh, what do you mean in the dreams? I'm not sure what you mean. Where are we? I'm the Lord in the midst of the earth. Thus I'll put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow this sign shall happen. And the Lord did so. There came great swarms of flies into the house of Pharaoh and into the servants' houses. So, oh yeah, you've had like a Nephilim, like a Nephilim dream. I've had a few of them, but they're weird, like weird dreams. So one was awesome, but some of them were weird, like kind of strange. Throughout all the land of Egypt, the land was ruined by the swarms of flies. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, "Go sacrifice to your God within the land." But Moses said, "It would not be right to do so, for the offerings we shall sacrifice to the Lord our God are an abomination to the Egyptians." Yeah, flies are, in Australia, if you're actually, like I used to do a lot of work in the outback, if you will. So I travelled for 20 odd years, like literally just all the time in a car going out west, western New South Wales, which is like all these remote places. Like for example, like one day I went to make a coffee. I was out at this place and I said, "Have you got any milk?" And this is before I knew I was allergic to milk, and I stopped having it. And they said, yeah, in the fridge, there should be some fresh milk in there. And I open up the fridge and there's like a kangaroo leg in the fridge. And I was just like, I was so shocked when I opened it. And that's the sort of thing that happens, right? So the sort of thing that happens in those places. I remember like working in a classroom in an education environment, like going in to set some gear up, and there was like a dog under someone's chair that was about to attack me and bite me. Just really Australian, like people just having their dogs just hanging out with them all the time, and it's really like kind of rough. But you're in the middle of nowhere, probably about, I don't know, 7 hours drive from somewhere, and then you got this like dog on the ground that if it bites you, you're going to go to some hospital that wouldn't barely have a band-aid. And so yeah, pretty funny. But yeah, I used to love traveling around, but it's one of those things. Flies in Australia, that was the point of my story, not traveling. Point of my story was that in summer, I've been somewhere where it's 50 degrees Celsius, okay, and it's like so hot that all the air conditioners just stop working, and it's just so hot. It was 50 degrees, and on the I remember stopping on the highway, right? Stopping on the highway, just getting out of the car, and it was just like swarms of flies around you. Like they're just going for the cool air that's inside the car, and there's just hundreds of them, and you just get out of the car and you just freak out. You can't do it. You can't even just get something out of your car, because then they all get in your car, and as you're driving along, you got to have the window down, and just like they're just pouring out and in. So there's certain places that you learn, when it's that hot, you just don't stop, because the flies are all bred up, and it's horrible. But I hate flies ever since that. They're frustrating. So anything that creeps, anything that moves on the ground, like creeping, flying, like insects, they can all die. In a nice way, of course, in a nice civil way. There came great swarms of flies into the house of Pharaoh and into his servants' houses. Throughout all the land of Egypt, the land was ruined by the swarms of flies. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, "Go sacrifice to your God within the land." But Moses said, "It would not be right to do so, for the offerings we shall sacrifice to the Lord our God are an abomination to the Egyptians." Okay, so they had some different practices. If we sacrifice offerings abominable to the Egyptians before their eyes, will they not stone us? We must go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God as he tells us. And I'm just fixing this up. Sorry if it's noisy, but it's interesting. Like it's starting to cool down now in Australia. Like just the last probably week, and starting to cool down. We're getting towards that colder kind of temperatures a bit. Not cold like like snow or anything like that, but it's just starting to cool. We're starting to lose that summer and get into that autumn now, and so yeah, it's like real weird. It's freezing in the morning, and then the afternoons are really quite hot still. Yeah, 3 days journey. Right, so we must go 3 days journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God as he tells us. Okay, so the 3 days, like 3 days is in many different parts, raised again on the third day. That sort of thing. There's quite a few 3 days references in the Bible. So Pharaoh said, I will let you to sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness. Only you must not go very far away. Plead for me. Then Moses said, Behold, I am going out from you, and I'll plead with the Lord that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. Only let not Pharaoh cheat again by not letting the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. So Moses went out from Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord, and the Lord did as Moses asked, and removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. Not one remained. But Pharaoh hardened his heart this time also, and did not let the people go. Alright, so we're up to plague number 5. Spring's coming there, is it? Yeah, beautiful time of year. Beautiful time of year. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, it's been pretty cold for you guys in the US, I've seen. Actually, that's a part of my dream that I posted this dream, but And, like, I only talk about these things if they come up and they're relevant. I don't want to talk about them just because I want to say dreams, because, if I've said this before, I actually don't like talking about them. I like bringing them up if they're relevant, or if I can make a point and I find that they're actually applicable, or that I've learnt something from them. And one thing that was in one of my dreams that I haven't been able to figure out is, he said, I remember hearing in the spirit, he said, "Have you noticed it's getting colder?" Right? He said that when in the dream I was scrolling on this screen. Okay, and I remember scrolling past, it was like a tablet almost, this screen. I scrolled past the seals, I saw the horses, and then there were all these blacked out sections. Like, it was like they were things that I wasn't led to know or understand. And then, anyway, I remember getting to a certain point, and then all of a sudden the scene changes, and I'm like on the street, and there's all these people, and they were like zombies, but they were like real dopey, right? Really not smart. And anyway, like during that time, like I just remember in the spirit, I mean, this is when I was reading the Bible like a lot. Like we were actually, I think we were doing like the double sessions every day. It was, a number of weeks ago, but it wasn't that long ago. But I just remember it was at a key point where we were literally smashing the Bible all the time. And then I just remember him saying that at one point there was a storm coming. And now I know the storm is always referred to our battles, for example. And so when I heard it though, this didn't feel relevant to me. It felt like, because this storm was like this, it was kind of like this, some sort of storm that everyone was going to see. Like, it was a different storm. I don't know what it meant, but it was just like, I remember him saying, I heard it say, "Have you noticed it's getting colder?" And it's always stuck with me, but I don't have an understanding. And, I don't know if it was like for now or later or when it was for, but some of those dreams come and go, and you just kind of forget to pray on them and continue to pursue them, to pursue an answer. So it's one of those things. But yeah, I have noticed. I hope he's talking about, if he's talking about now, like it's getting warmer for you guys, it's getting colder here. So I don't know. Just thought that just came to my mind when you said that. Chopping wood. It's good fun. All right, we'll keep reading. So the fifth plague, right? The livestock die. So livestock is so important because they're your source of revenue, income, money. You sell a cow, for example, to someone, you make money. Their food, their milk, they're all sorts. Okay, once you start losing that, you start losing a big part of your ability to eat properly. And you start living on grain and other things only, for example. So losing cattle or livestock is like, especially when that's a big part of their wealth. All right, that's like, it's like taking all your money and just setting fire to it, for example, in these times. So this would be starting to hurt Pharaoh by now. The Lord said to Moses, "Go into Pharaoh and say to him, 'Thus says the Lord.'" Yeah, well, that could be that, Deborah. That's a great observation. I never thought about that. People are acting colder more and more. Like, yeah, like it could be actually referencing like, people waxing cold, for example. I didn't think about that. Thank you. Yeah, maybe I said that for that, bit of prompting there. That's awesome. That's a really good thought. Thank you. I'm going to ponder that some more. I've never understood like 2 years ago I had dreams that are only now being applicable. Like 2 years ago, and at the time I was like so immature in my faith and in my understanding of the word that I didn't keep really good notes of them. I didn't write them down in great detail. I just kind of took them for granted and had them and just went, oh yeah, okay, I remember that one. And some I posted, some I didn't. Now I try to write down everything because, I feel like it's like a really horrible thing to do when, if it's a dream, it's not just mirroring like from your own spirit or it's not obviously not from the enemy, and then you fail to write it down, then you can't really complain that you don't receive anything. So that's been a big thing. Write everything down, even even the insignificant stuff. So I tend to use the notes, and like if I wake up, just like to just write it all down before I do anything, and that's been good. That's worked well. Okay, so the Lord said to Moses, "Go unto Pharaoh and say to him, Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, let my people go that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go and still hold them, behold, the hand of the Lord will fall with a very severe plague upon your livestock that are in the field, the horses, the donkeys, the camels, the herds, and the flocks. But the Lord will make a distinction between the livestock of Israel and the livestock of Egypt, so that nothing of all that belongs to the people of Israel shall die." And the Lord set a time, saying, "Tomorrow the Lord will do this thing in the land." Okay, so he's got an ultimatum. And the next day the Lord did this thing. All the livestock of the Egyptians died, but none of the livestock of the people of Israel died. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, not one of the livestock of Israel was dead. But the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. Alright, persisted. Yeah, that's fine, Deborah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think, like, look, mainly, like, the thing that I'll say is that some dreams are there actually just to encourage or for others. For example, there's been a couple where I've had them and I've just been like, man, like, that's so confusing. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. But then I'll, like, tell it to someone and they're like, hey, that's exactly what, like, and they'll resonate with them. So sometimes it can help others. We do have to be careful, obviously. We have to take everything, we test all spirits, of course. And that's one thing I'll always say, like, is I encourage you to test every spirit. Take it to God and just say, hey, can you confirm this? And generally what I've found in my own thing is it's just like, sometimes you just don't hear anything, but you feel it. Like you feel it, like it might be a couple of hours later and all of a sudden a thought will pop into your head and you're like, it'll be like something more to do with the dream, right? And you'll just be like, oh, all right, okay, I think that feels right. And so you kind of just got to, like, put it out there into prayer and just wait, and then kind of forget about it and then just see what happens. And if you don't get a response, like, sometimes you're best just to leave it alone. But yeah, I mean, we all have these dreams and some to different degrees, and so yeah, all dreams, as long as you know and you're happy, you know where they come from and you prayed on it, and that, just take everything to that. And yeah, so we talk about them on here a bit, actually. But yeah, I try, like I said, I try not to influence anybody by them. I just try and share them, that it may, like, give insight, or it may encourage, or it may be there for some other reason beyond my understanding. I can't allow them to direct me so much. I can have them so that they can help me to understand, but I can't have them just direct. We have to be directed by the word, of course. So just throwing that out there. Christina says, yeah, we never get the time to talk about it on here because we don't want to interrupt, but we deeply enjoy the conversation. Yeah, I mean, it's good to just have a bit of a chill. This is a bit of a chill kind of read today. And like I said, it didn't have anything put in my heart when I started this reading. I felt the need to do it. I just felt like, yeah, I need to do a read, and just felt, feel good about it, and I'm enjoying it. But I don't have anything in my heart. Like, some mornings, like, I'm like, afterwards, I'm just like praying, and I'm just like, where did that come from? Which is awesome. It's a great feeling, but sometimes, like, it's like you have this big kind of come down moment afterwards because you're all amped up, and then you go and sit down and you're like, whoa. But I just feel neutral today. I feel good, feel happy, feel at peace, but I just feel like reading. And so yeah, pretty much it. Thank you, Kim. Okay, so we see that the Lord's killed all the livestock bar those of Israel. Okay, which is exactly like the what we're about to see when the spirit of death comes over. Okay, that only those in and we liken the spirit of death. Many have heard about this terminology, the 3 days of darkness. Okay, we hear when Jesus died. I think it's in it might be in Mark, actually. that it goes dark. It actually goes dark, or there's an earthquake as well. It tears the veil in two, and it's like dark for 3 hours. It says somewhere. We also see in Jonah, for example, the sign of Jonah, for example, is in the fish's mouth, okay, or the whale's mouth, whatever you understand it to be, for 3 days as well. We also see at the time of Passover was the time when this happened with Jesus, for example, with the darkness when he died on the cross. So, like, logically, the time of Passover, okay, or the coming time where we have the blood moon and the eclipse, okay, that period of time is quite interesting. Okay, why is it interesting? Well, because, it's quite interesting because it says in Revelation the moon will turn to blood, okay, and the sun, what does it say? The moon will turn to blood, the sun will not give its light, okay, something like that. It will not give its light, and it's talking about an eclipse and a blood moon, okay, in Revelation, when we see this great earthquake, for example. Okay, then we also see at the time of Passover there's a great earthquake with Jesus, okay. Then we're coming up until this April 8th earthquake, and we're coming up to Passover in literally a couple of weeks. Okay, so we've got to be watching. We've got to be watching at this time. We also see this sign of Jonah, which relates kind of to Nineveh. Okay, and we also see that around that time there was a 40-day warning. Okay, now I haven't done this math yet, but this thought came over me the other day, so let me do it now, because I'm just completely curious. This thought popped into my head the other day, and I haven't pursued it. I just didn't do it. So April 8, for example, how many days after Passover is that? So when's Passover actually over? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roughly 8 days. What I was getting at was there's 49 days between here and Pentecost, okay, and then there was a 40-day warning between the sign of Jonah, for example, and Nineveh. So there was a 40-day warning to destruction. So let's just speculate, as we do. Let's speculate and say, well, what if that eclipse is a warning? All right, because interestingly, if it was a warning, it would fall very, very close to Pentecost, the pouring out of the Spirit, okay, when everyone gets poured out of the Spirit. And so that would be the time that the people, okay, that would be the time that if there was ever a time that the two witnesses, for example, God's people, okay, that were prepared, they would be sent out at that time. Okay, do you understand? Passover would be, okay, the reference to the great earthquake, or potentially that repeat of Nineveh, for example. Okay, so we also see a scripture talking about the people in Nineveh will judge those who are. It says something like the people of Nineveh will judge those who are not watching because they repented, for example. And we know that Nineveh repented, but then they were later destroyed. So what I'm saying, I'm not proposing anything. I'm just saying to you, there are correlations with the timeline here, with Passover and an earthquake, with darkness and an eclipse. There is a correlation between Nineveh and the 3 days of Jonah, for example, the 3 days of darkness, and also with Pentecost, with that timeline. If you were to start from there, there was a 40-day warning before it would happen, for example, because, and that's also the thing, is that Jonah was in the fish for 3 days, and then I think the warning was given when he finally did go and preach to them. So there's also that factor as well. So whatever the case, I would be looking closely at this eclipse as a sign in the heavens. Interestingly enough, I saw something written the other day. Someone was talking about this, and they kept landing to January 11, which was, we kept landing to January 10, remember, when we're talking about the Feast of Dedication, like that, there was a possibility that some sort of timer might have started around that time because of that was the Jews' feast, and he said, I'll turn your feast days into mourning and stuff like that. but that was like in January 10, like when you added the 30 days that, the calendar was out, you ended up with that date. So that was a far stretch, but it's quite interesting. It's come up again in a few instances. And because if you count 2,300 days from the woman in 2017, the sign of Virgo, for example, that we saw with the moon at her feet, okay, which many believe to be the Revelation 12 sign. If you count 2,300 days, as in Daniel, you end up on that date as well. So there's so many things happening in 2024, and I honestly don't, I haven't got any understanding as far as like, to bring it all together. But I do know that this has got to be a sign in the heaven. Like looking at it, there's too many things that kind of lead to it, or to, like the symbol that's over America in the eclipse is like the Aleph and the Tav, right? It's like the first and the last. And then we see it's like the symbol of the bull, for example. And so it's quite interesting. Like there's just too many things that it's not a sign from God, if I'm saying that right. So I encourage you, we are to be continuing to watch. We are on the 10th in Australia, on the 10th of March at the moment. Okay, Passover is only on the 26th, I believe. So we're actually like, tomorrow would be the first day of month 1, for example, of the new year, the Hebrew New Year in Israel. So we are just here, right, on my screen. We only got to get to here, and then we have the eclipse here. We've got the blood moon and the eclipse. So I'm not picking times or dates, but I'm saying that, for anyone who feels like, there's nothing to watch for now, I think that there's never been anything more significant to watch for now. So we should keep our oil in our lamps. We should keep our reading going. We should keep our praying going. We should keep watching. We should be excited. We should also know that these signs are one step closer to, things progressing. And 3 days to examine the Lamb. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. So there's this 3 days. I've had 2 dreams about it, which were not to indicate. Like it was basically, I saw a purple light through the window, and everyone was frozen still. And I was the only one. I was walking around, and I was like, I was fine, but everybody else was like frozen, like they were blind, like their eyes were blind, they couldn't see, like they were like blind, and they were just frozen in place. They couldn't move, like even a step. In these dreams I had, and I remember that, and I didn't really believe in the 3 days of darkness. I thought it was just something the Catholics had thrown out there. But the more I look into it, and the more I see other people having these dreams and other things about it, it's fascinating, and it seems to correlate biblically to many things. So 3 days to remove the yeast for Passover preparation, absolutely. So I think, we're in a very high watch zone. We talked about Tu B'Shavat as well. Okay, that happened on January 26th. That was a time where he says in Jeremiah 1, I'm watching over my word that I may do it. Okay, so that at that period of time, on that very day that many people don't know about, it's actually the day where the fruit that's been accumulated is measured. Okay, and it's counted. So it's kind of like you saying, like, how much fruit have you borne this year? And that's the day that the count finishes for that year, and it goes into the new year after that. It's kind of like a reset, okay, for the following year. But it's also where God says, I'm watching over my word, and it refers back to the almond as well. So the rod, the staff, Aaron's staff that bloomed with the almonds, which is actually part, like, with the Ark of the Covenant. So it's important. It's not a throwaway, just like, yeah, whatever. It's just a Jewish day. It's a day that's mentioned there, and it's quite interesting that it's. I mean, for example, like Hanukkah is not, like, it's not a true official feast day of the Lord. It's like a day that the Jews have this menorah and so forth. But we see Jesus was there, and it was called the Feast of Dedication. So we know it had significance. Okay, and we know that it's talked about in Maccabees and other things. It's not one of his official feast days as such that we would observe, but it's important these days to understand them because they are written about, and to understand that they are these days where there are things that relate to them. So, like, I believe Zechariah's vision about the menorah, when he talks about the menorah, he was having a vision of a 9-branch menorah, not a 7-branch menorah with the 2 olive trees, for example. I believe he was seeing that connection there of the 7 churches, and then the other 2 candles were the 2 olive trees on the edges. So, but like, I don't know 100%, but I believe wholeheartedly, like, it's the only conclusion that I kept coming to. So I stand on that because that's to the best of my understanding, and of what we've read and what we've studied. And so we have to believe something, and we have to come to some conclusion. So as for the 2 witnesses, I'm 100% that, like, I don't even have any doubt at all. The 2 witnesses I know are not Moses and Elijah, and I know that they're not. It might sound arrogant, but what I'm saying is that, like, when you add it all up together, there's no other alternative. Because it says they're the churches, and then we know the churches are his people. Like, there's just no other avenue to pursue. It can't be anything else. So when we talk about these things, yes, we have to speculate, we have to discuss dates, we have to put them out there as well. There has to be some speculation, okay? But as long as we're not twisting God's word and we're just, like, reshaping things and we're changing things, because we can't do that. So as we read his word, we keep his word exactly as it is, and that's what we do. But we are to seek and to knock and to ask and to question and to say, well, what does this mean? What does that mean? If we don't do that, we're not really knocking. Okay, if we're too scared to knock, we won't knock, for example. So, I'm knocking on this. I'm knocking on this because I think this is relevant and important, and I'm bringing it up. This is like the 3rd time I've felt the need to bring this up in the last week. So I don't know what's behind that, but I do really say watch this carefully. If nothing happens on these dates, I believe it's some sort of marker or time or warning. Okay, and I would probably start counting 40 days just in case. But don't give up hope if these things don't end the way we think they are. Things have never worked out the way we thought they would. But this is different. This is not your usual thing. We even see that the governments in the US, they're warning people to stock up on food and fuel and other things. They're trying to scare people about these days for some reason. So they might try and throw something at people on these days as well. So I'd be watchful from every day on in this month now, starting right now. And, I've been watching this time since about September last year. And I remember just seeing it, just going, oh, I hope it's sooner to see this stuff happen or kick off. Not that I want to see bad things happen, far from. But I do want to see, I want to see, and know the times that we're in. I want to have a good understanding of where we can tick off and say, here we are, so we can measure it and we can go, here we are, to encourage us, to keep us going, and to understand that we do have more work to do. And we have to just keep preparing. So it's always good to have a bit of a sign of things up ahead if we can get it. But if we can't, then we just must be happy in the day that we are, the day that we're in, and just continue one day at a time. So yeah, when you see me speculating on this channel, I'll try to call it out and say, yeah, I'm speculating. Because I haven't been given any other leading that I know of. But yeah, I do really believe that we got something here that's going to be like the 2017 sign that after studying that for several months, along with the blood moons and the changing of the calendars, I'm convinced that 2017, that time, which initially I said, it's nothing. Like, initially I'm like, yeah, I don't think it was right. And then I admitted afterwards, after looking into it heavily, that I was wrong, right? And I was like, yeah, there's something to this, because look at the blood moons and the calendar, and now it's reconfiguring itself through the moons, the new moons, not the blood moons anymore. And then you get to 2023 and you get this hybrid moon, okay, this one off hybrid moon, and then all the configuration stops and it goes back to how it did with the blood moons. And then you get to 2024 and you got this perfect calendar, like this perfect calendar that is all the Jews' feast days are perfectly in line with the Gregorian, with ours. He's brought both calendars together. Okay, they're normally 30 days apart, or 31 or 15 or whatever it is, whatever it can be. And so he's brought it all together for this year for a reason, you know. And so the Jews will be celebrating their feast days on those days, which is significant. So I encourage you with that. Keep watching. The count for the month has begun. So we'll keep reading. So all the livestock have died. Not good. Not good at all. And we see Pharaoh's heart is still yet hardened. He doesn't want to budge. He doesn't want to move. I'm sure we all know somebody that has hardened their hearts to Jesus. Okay, where we preached and we preached and we preached and we've, you know, done what we can. We've told them all things, trying to save them, trying to help them. And then we get to the point where we realize they're just hardening their hearts. It's really difficult, isn't it? Like you can't do much when that happens. So what you have to do is show your softer heart. Okay, you got to show your soft, gooey, mushy heart. Because if you harden your heart to them, okay, then what happens is you got two people hardening their hearts against each other, and you end up in this opposite area where you show the love of Christ through your actions, through your behaviors, through your words. Okay, even it's not always going to be smooth sailing, but if you do that, then you're going to find that their heart is going to have to react to that somehow. Okay, have to react to that somehow. Okay, I had a conversation, I won't say who, but I had a conversation yesterday with a person, and you know, I was speaking from the Spirit, and that person started fidgeting and acting really weird movements I've never seen them do. All right, and I know that there was a spiritual conflict going on there somewhere. Something was going on in the spirit, and it was just pouring out of me, right? What needed to be said to the person. And you know, when I was done, like it was all good, but I noticed that the person, like, you know, they react to our words and they react to our heart, and it's often not like a physical reaction, like a person reacting and just looking at you who's conscious. You see their actual, for a moment, it's like this whatever spirit they have that is clearly not the Holy Spirit is reacting to what you're saying. Okay, so observe and just watch when we talk to people. And make sure that you know, if you are speaking to them or ministering to them, that you make sure you're giving them plenty of love, you know, before, during, after. If you have to say something firm or something that needs to be said, make sure you don't leave things, you know, in a state of without that love there, because that love's important. Okay, so this person I had this conversation with, everything was great after, but it had to be said, and I didn't expect it. It just came from nowhere. But I've never seen a person move like that. Like, it was the weirdest thing. All right, it was the weirdest thing. It was like, it completely shocked me, and I was like, you know, this was not what I would expected. So, yeah, really bizarre. But I knew at the time I was speaking from the heart, and Spirit was saying the words, and I was just there for the ride. So yeah, show love, guys. Just, you know, it's hard. We have to live by forgiveness. We have to live through that love, and you know, we have to pour out our hearts, and sometimes take chances with people in doing so, and they'll often respond in ways we don't expect as well. So it can be positive as well. You know, I was talking recently about a couple of friends that I had to minister to on that trip that I did on the weekend away, and the thing that shocked me the most is that at no time did those two friends who aren't believers of Christ, not once did they mock me, scoff at me, laugh at me for my beliefs at all. Right? I was quite shocked, and I could only measure that God had set that up. Okay, that something was going on in their hearts at the time, that they couldn't find anything to tease me or give me crap about, or anything to knock me on. They listened to what I said, and I was shocked. I was like, wow, you know, this doesn't happen. Because usually I'm I've been laughed at pretty hardly by people, called crazy. Had people say, take care of your health when they're talking about your mental health. It's really, it's hard to take, but it's part of the walk. So for anyone newer to their walk, it does get easier. I promise you. At first, I'll be honest, I was a bit nervous to preach the gospel. I wasn't ashamed of it, but I was nervous about getting it wrong. I was nervous about, just how people would react to me. And now I'm just kind of getting to this place where I'm like, hey, let's go, let's bring it on. And that's taken time. It takes time, right? It's a journey. You're not going to have everything, and I don't have my stuff together, guys, at all. I've just been fortunate enough to read this word to be able to at least be able to do the basics of the gospel, and that's enough for what I need to help bring people into the faith. Some people have been reading the Bible for 10, 20 plus years, right? They add all those little bits in there, those really good little bits that make a difference in their approach. So it comes with practice is what I'm saying, and it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy, but hey, we got to start with the basic care package, right? And we got to build up to the deluxe model, and then go from there. We can't go from, starting off and not really having any understanding, as we say as a baby Christian, being as the term. I don't like using the term, but it is there, and it's being on milk, right? Being like a babe on milk. I don't like saying that term to people in that way, because people tend to get offended by it, but in a way that might push them away from their faith. Because if you say to them, I've had people say to me, "Oh, you're on milk. You're choking. You're choking or drowning on milk, in milk or whatever." And it's while it's the truth, right? And it was the truth. It hurts you, and it gets you feeling oh man, I'm not going to get there, and so it can cause people to give up. So I don't really. The word offends, right? We know that the word offends. Speaking the word offends. But we got to be careful that we don't discourage each other to the point where we don't get to the point where we can preach the word and offend in a good way. So that's what I'm saying is we can put people off early in their walk and crush them by our comments. So Christians are terrible for it. Christians, we persecute our own. All right, we persecute proper believers who are coming into the faith because they don't know something, or their understanding of something isn't quite there. We need to have patience, and we need to not, just say you're a baby, wait until you grow and things like that. Having it had said to me, it did discourage me. And so I won't do it to someone else. I'll just say, you're a baby Christian. Everyone starts as a baby Christian. And then from there, you start to crawl, you start to walk. And then I'm only at the walking stage. I don't know what running, the full running is yet, but I know it's coming, right? I know the full running's coming, but that's how I see myself, and that keeps me humble. Okay, if I see myself as some superior, sword-wielding, amazing, spiritual warrior, I will get prideful if I say that, right? But I understand that God sees me differently, so it's only really God that it matters how I am, to how He sees me. It doesn't really matter so much how other people see me. So when I preach the word, it might be the basics, all right, but the basics are often good enough to get the job done, and anything else will just come with time and experience, as I'm told, and we just go from there. So so take milk first than meat. Absolutely. Babies don't have teeth growing up, and you have teeth that chew. It is a metaphor. Yeah, that's right. I understand. Yeah, you can handle the truth. Yeah, that's right. So, but what I'm saying, we're saying the same thing. But what I'm saying is, if you say that to somebody, and it is in the word, if you say that to somebody in the wrong way, you can actually just have them, you can kill remove their oil pretty quickly. Because what tends to happen, we tend to get tired, we tend to get fatigued from our walk, right? We tend to get a little bit, beat up and things like that. And then someone comes along new into the faith, and they're like, all enthusiastic and they're like this and that, and you can knock them down, and so we have to be careful of that. But yes, we all go through that. It is a metaphor, and then we get into the meat, and the meat is the true truth of the word, and that's the bit that after a while everybody craves in order to grow and to learn. So yeah, that's my personal opinion, guys, is that just show love and be careful how we treat each other. Yes, we can convict each other, and we can keep each other. We should keep each other in check, absolutely. But don't swing it around and beat people up just because you can. Instead, help the younger one to grow and teach them kindly in a patient way. And when they know the word, or when they start knowing the word, then they can be built up in order to be hardened and go down that path. But I think we don't do that well in the body. I think we tend to treat those coming into the faith, and we ignore them a little bit, and tend to just be like, oh, wait till you grow up and then I'll fellowship with you, or wait till you grow up and then I'll help you, that sort of thing. So we have to do that, and we all mature in different ways, of course. So yeah, just feel the need to say that. Might be for someone, because it's certainly something that I've observed in the time. So the grossest thing, boils. Okay, we're getting to boils now. This reminds me of the mark of the beast, where we see the boils, or sore. What's it say? Sorrowful things will appear on those having the mark of the beast. All right, which is just horrendous. It reminds me of this. But a boil is like, if you don't know what a boil is, it's like a massive pimple, and it's very painful as well. So yeah, right, we must have milk before meat. Agree. It's very common. We must encourage the babes. Yeah, I think that's probably exactly what I'm trying to say. Is like, we should encourage those new to the faith. We shouldn't discourage them, and we should just look after them, and help them. Like honestly, if God sends me someone, right? If He sends me someone to fellowship with, or for example to help, right? I will literally like bombard them with information. I will just smash them with, hey, this. Focus on this. Hey, if a Jezebel comes your way, do this. Hey, if this happens, do this. Hey, if like everything that I've experienced, I will literally like just throw at them in order that they don't have to go through the hell that I went through earlier on. And so I would I had some help when I started too. For a time, God gave someone for a time to help me get going as well. And so I think that I think He does that. He puts people in your vicinity in order to help you, but if He does throw someone near you, like really take it on as a task, and take it on as a blessing, that you can pass some things on to someone, that they may avoid those pitfalls that really, really, really had you stuck, and that will build someone up much quicker if they take that on board and they're willing to be teachable anyway. Some people aren't very teachable, to be honest. Some people are. But yeah, if you can throw all that at somebody and they can absorb it and they can take it on board, then you can really save them time in their walk as well. Scared some of my own family with too much truth. Yeah, I'm the same. I absolutely admit that. Take the whole plate. Yeah, that's right. Just open up like the board and just start going through everything on the board, like lesson 1. And just go through that and just smash them until their brain hurts. But yeah, Kingdom Shaker, absolutely admit that. It's easy, isn't it? Because you're passionate, you want to talk about this all the time. Okay, I sit there and I see things, I observe things, I know, and it's very, very hard to hold your tongue and not to say something. And we end up just like blurting it out at some horrible time that probably shouldn't have said anything. And then everybody just looks at you like crazy. But often these moments that you've done that, I promise you, like God's been behind a lot of it, or if not all of it, in some of these moments in order to teach you these different lessons. So, and I say that because we see lots of brothers and sisters go through the exact same thing, exact same way, Obviously a different scenario, different person, different families, but we get through the exact same kind of things in different ways. Not everyone's walk is the same, of course, but there are these commonalities there, and it seems to be that we all struggle to hold our tongues, and that's why it's also in the Bible, because, on one hand, we're commanded, to go and share the good news, and we willingly want to share the good news, but we also take that to heart as a responsibility and something that we really know it's why we're here. And so we find that we sometimes have a difficulty like shutting that off any time. And, it shouldn't be something that we really want to shut off. It's why we're here. But sometimes we can put our foot in it by just continuing to pursue that, push someone, and press them, so that they will come into the faith, for example. It's difficult. It's from love, right? It's our love of Christ, it's our love of God, Jesus, right? It's our love of that, but it's our love for our families and friends too. We want to see them saved. We don't want to see them, go through this fiery trial that's coming upon the world. We don't want to see that, but it is what it is, and we just have to contend with that and be at peace, knowing that you've done all you can do, and just continue, if led, to plant the seeds and just keep moving. So yeah, no, definitely, I think it's a great comment, and I think that's absolutely relatable. So the boils, and the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, our brains are wired differently. Yeah, well, different hearts, different thought patterns, different, you're being purged of things that you used to find that you love to do, that were interesting. Now those things you just don't love anymore. You don't think the same, different person, different creature. Like there's so many elements to why, where you think that way, and so yeah, and sometimes you're just a different person altogether anyway. Some people just don't seek knowledge, right? Plenty of people just don't seek any knowledge. Like they don't even spend 5 minutes learning something new every day. They literally just go through the motions, and they don't really care about the truth. They're just like, well, I just care about my life and what happens in my life. I don't care about the world. I don't care about this and that. They just focus on what they want to focus on, and they just couldn't care less. That's also a challenging situation. Connected to the Spirit of God, walk by faith and not by sight. We're peculiar people. Exactly. Okay. The rejects of society, those that are awkward in their relationships, those that have had difficulties in their lives, right? Like go back, everyone here watching, go back through your life, have a look. It was always, things never worked out the way you expected them to. You had this grand plan for your life and all these things, and nothing ever worked out. I mean, personally for me, like I always had this great mindset for wealth accumulation, and I was like, I'm going to be, I don't want to struggle. I remember being poor as a kid, and like not poor like third world country poor, but poor like as in struggling, and I just remember like not wanting to raise a family like that. So I got a bit into trying to every avenue I went down, whether it was like the top of the career path, or it was like, the crypto line, making money, or investments or things like that, they always fell on their face, right? There was always some moment that made it fall or stumble. Okay, it was not meant to be. Even when I tried to build a house, right, it failed. Right, everything I've tried in my life is in regards to any of that money, it's always failed. It's always, and it's not like a carelessness thing. There's always something, some external factor that's always there, and the timing, and it's quite comical when I look back on it, and I think I know that was never part of my plan to do that. It's like I was protected from that idolatry, if you will, and because it just kept failing, and then eventually, after the crypto thing failed, I ended up taking the money and put it into like prepping, because I was like, well, if I can't do anything, I might try and I know the end's coming. This is before God. I know the end's coming, so I'll buy. And I felt this need to buy all this food. I felt this need to continuously do it, and then eventually I ended up having to give it all away. So it's funny how it works, right? But everything you've tried is going to fall on its face, I promise you, in your life, because it's not your plan. Okay, unless you're walking in God's plan, then it will succeed. So Deborah, some people won't even look up at the sky. I've learned a lot of patience. Yeah, oh yeah. People won't even, like, you can say all sorts of things. Like it's like, but there's an old book called my kids were reminding me about it yesterday. It's like Chicken. There's a book called Chicken Little, and it's about this chicken that, like, he says the sky's falling in, right? And he's telling everyone the sky's falling in, and they all start following him, and they're off to see the king, all right? And they eventually, like, Chicken Lickin' it's called, yeah. Chicken Lickin'. It's like a kid's book that's like, it's really funny to read. You probably heard of it, but eventually, like, they just do dumb stuff, right? And they trust the fox. This fox who comes out and he's like, yeah, come into my den. And they all go in there and the foxes just kill them all. And it's like the end of the book, right? It's this morbid book, right? And it's probably like, but the point is that, like, somebody's like, follow me, the end of the world's coming. And this is exactly like human behavior. Okay, you got different groups. You got people that are like, come over here, come do this, come do that. People follow these people, right? And they just copy them, and that's what they do. And then they're going to get to the end and realize that, like, you can't fight against this. So they followed this person, and it's going to be to their death, right? And so that's why I say the point of the story is that, there's people that don't look at all, and then there's people that get suckered into following people and some plan of man, right, in order to save your own skin, and it's going to be to their death, right? There's going to be so many of those people. They pick up guns and they're going to go and try and fight this war themselves, and it's going to be to their death. They're going to die by the sword. And so the difference is we're trying to get people to follow Jesus, because he's the only one that can save you from this calamity. And so when they hear that, for some reason in them, they just don't want to do it. They don't want to believe and have faith and follow him. But they'll happily follow some guy telling you to go and buy a rifle and get 10,000 rounds of ammo or 1,000,000 rounds of ammo, right? And then they'll happily follow him, but they won't follow God. And so we see this conflict here. We see this conflict between faith and faith of man, and that's the thing. Our society has taught us to believe in our leaders and men, and it's the worst thing. That you're trying to break that is really hard as well. So being beat down so much, we tend to start giving up. Yeah, plant the seeds with chemtrails, start them off slow. Yeah. You tell them to watch the planes multiple times a day and things like that, and they never do. But it's the most visible thing in the sky that you can see. It's like a Rocky movie, never wins. You put up a good fight. You share anything else, you lose them quickly. Yeah, you do. It's hard to witness it all knowing what we know. Yeah. So we do have a difficult task is what I'm getting at. We do have a difficult task, and it was never going to be easy, and your life is never going to be easy. And but eventually, okay, if you just keep going, eventually success comes through patience and absolute patient endurance and perseverance. And so that all comes through his spirit, because we'll break before that stage. Like our abilities without his spirit in us, we would have broken a long time ago. We've probably, just like, you imagine if we experienced the warfare and the trials and the things, but we didn't have his peace and we didn't have him behind us going through all that in his spirit, we wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes. And that's the thing. So we have to give thanks for, he's built us into this new creature, and then what he's done is he's like, he's what's the word? He circumcised us from from the flesh, right? He circumcises us from this fleshly side, in order that we may be able to abide in His Spirit live within us. And when it lives within us, it then gives us a chance to change. And we can't be, as we saw with the Israelites, we can't be sanctified with sacrifices of bulls and goats. Like, it has to be changed through His Spirit. And so those people that we're dealing with, that we're ministering to, they don't have the Spirit. So they don't have something willing them to change. All right, it all starts with that little mustard seed of faith. If they pursue the truth on their own free will, if they start to get curious, God will just give them that tiny little mustard seed and to see what they're going to do with it, right? And that little mustard seed is the spark. It's the moment, right? It's that very moment where they take the step for or away. They answer the call or they reject it. And some people have got there, right? They've got right there, and then they've not answered the call, or they've gone and they've fallen away. So yeah, it's very interesting, but we just keep going. We understand that at the end, every knee will bow exactly. And we have patient endurance where, we live to fight another day. The person we ministered to 1,000 times, perhaps it's going to be 1,001 tomorrow. Perhaps we're going to stop for a while. Perhaps God will put it in our hearts what to do next. But we do have faith and understand that all our loved ones and those that we have planted seeds with, they'll be given a chance, whether it's through the fiery trials or whether it's before. All right, they'll be given a chance in order to come into the faith. And going back to what we were saying previously, if those people, like your loved ones, came into the faith, right, say it's a family member, how much would you just gather around them and try and bombard them with understanding in order to get them help to move them forward quickly? Okay, so that's our loved ones. And now our brothers and our sisters, as we come into the body of Christ, they're our loved ones too. Okay, all of you guys, we all love each other, right? We're all brothers and sisters in the one body, in the one spirit. And so how much more should we build each other up? Okay, in the same sense. So if it was one of you guys new into the faith, it should be really no different than if it was a close family member, a mother or father or somebody. It should be the same. So that's how you got to look at it. And I think that's the key point is, what we do for each other, we do for our families, vice versa. And, we just have to be patient. So they're back to these boils. We haven't quite got there yet, have we? Okay, the sixth plague, boils. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, take handfuls of soot from the kiln, so like the ashes, the burnt parts of the ash, and let Moses throw them in the air in the sight of Pharaoh. It shall become fine dust over all the land of Egypt. Okay, so we see like this symbol for things. I don't think Kim likes boils. Do you want me to bring up some boil pictures, Kim? I'd probably rather not, because it could end in sometimes you accidentally might come across them in a bad area or something. We don't want to see that. I'm not going to bring up boil pictures, don't worry. But see how he says like Moses to throw them, like symbolically, like to cast them. It's like Ezekiel, it's like lay on your left side, and bake this bread on cow dung or human dung first, then on cow dung. He says, Father, I've never eaten anything unclean. I've never done that before. Okay, well, you can have it on cow dung then. Which is horrible, right? Like, it's a horrible thing, but it's symbolic of to tell the story, to symbolize what he's meaning to bring onto Israel at the time. And we see here again, he's throwing the dust over the land of Egypt, he's throwing it into the air in front of Pharaoh, and it's a sign that this will be happening in over the land of all of Egypt. Okay, so it shall become dust over all the land of Egypt, and become boils breaking out in sores on man, and beasts throughout the land of Egypt. I just looked at the time there; we're up to 1:44. Good time. So they took soot from the kiln and stood before Pharaoh. And Moses threw it in the air, and it became boils breaking out in sores on man and beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils. Okay, so but the boils came upon the magicians and upon the Egyptians. And just my observance of the time there, just to, just picked up on what I said there. We're obviously not to say, oh, this is a good time for this or a good time for that. We're not supposed to do that. But I just observed the time and I just saw it as 144, and I thought, well, that's a good number. And we know that's a good number because we're talking about the 144,000 a lot. And we know they're from the tribes of Israel, and they're obviously something we bring up on this channel quite a lot. So when I see that, I'm like, yeah, that's good. It's a number referencing the Bible. They don't use it to see the future or divination or any of that stuff. That's all an abomination. So angel numbers and all that sort of stuff, like, no. But referencing that, I just want to point that out, that I understand that and I'm not putting my foot in that. So the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not listen to them as the Lord had spoken to Moses. Okay, so he's still got a hardened heart. Now we're up to the 7th plague. Okay, and they're all of just sickening proportion in a way. They all have their own very unique differences to break. I don't know what would be left of you once you got to the 7th plague after going through all that. Yeah, numbers are bad in that regard. Yeah, absolutely. The Bible's full of numbers, for example. I don't do gematria and all that stuff. I've never been led to do any of that. The only numbers I've been led to do is obviously understanding what Strong's values are in the application of English words, or the translation from Hebrew or Aramaic to Greek to English, and knowing that a Strong's value is just a dictionary value, okay? And that dictionary value points you to the word in that sentence and what it means in English and what the original meaning was. There's those numbers. Then we have the numbers for measure the temple. We have the numbers for measuring in the Bible, okay? And he gives us the measurements of the temple and other things in cubits for a reason. It's so we can replicate them. Okay, so we can replicate them. But then when we replicate them, we observe things. So like the temple, we observe, the values add up to 144,000, for example, with the height and the width of the tabernacle and things like that. So those numbers are cool. They're in the Bible. Perfectly, it's there given to us in order to pursue those things. But these numbers that are around, when we start focusing on telling the future and getting into using the zodiac in order to say, well, I was born under this star sign, that is the stuff we're warned about is likened to witchcraft. And that's the stuff you see on everywhere, right, that they try and promote. The Harry Potter stuff, all that's a practicing of spells and, encouraging that's all witchcraft. It's all witchcraft. It's all dark occult stuff. So you're very funny, aren't you? Yeah, so I am in the future. I'm in Australia. I'm in the future. That's really interesting. Predicting the future. But I see into the future by a few hours. No, I don't. The only one who sees into the future is God, right? All the others that try and do this stuff, they're all using demonic or occult like spirits or esoteric knowledge, which is the occult. So the dark arts that we've just been learning about. All right, so we've just been learning about the sorcerers copying Moses. It's in the Bible. It's very real. Okay, he was able to turn the water into blood. So were they. He was able to make his staff turn into a snake. So were they. Okay, one would maybe question whether God wanted to do that demonstration in order for, that to be understood, to break the sorcerers as well, to demonstrate to the sorcerers his own power. Because, Moses and Aaron, they witnessed the sorcerers kind of competing with them. And eventually they got to a point where they couldn't replicate it anymore. And then they said, hey, it's the hand of God. We can't do this. So kind of broke them. And that's who Pharaoh depended on. He's like, well, I got my sorcerers. He clicks his fingers. I got these guys over here, my cult, cult guys, in the dark arts. They can do all this stuff. I'm not impressed. And then they come along and they're like, well, we can't do this. This is the hand of God. So it's kind of like taking his own source and like applying it to him, and he can't escape that. So, interesting. It's an interesting observation of what he, how he did that as well. But, it's, we see the occult is bad. Stay away. The seventh plague, hail. Then the Lord said to Moses, rise up early. Still Saturday. I wish it was still Saturday. That'd be nice. This weekend's gone a bit quick. And the Lord said to Moses, it's 6:30 p.m. on Sunday here in Australia. And the Lord said to Moses, rise up early in the morning and present yourself before Pharaoh and say to him, thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, let my people go so that they may serve me. For this time I will send all my plagues on you yourself and on your servants and your people, so that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. For by now I could have put out my hand and struck you and your people with pestilence, and you would have been cut off from the earth. But for this purpose I have raised you up to show you my power, so that by my name may be proclaimed in all the earth. Okay? I have raised you up to show you my power. Okay? What's he say? That my name may be proclaimed in the earth. Okay, so let's read this again. So thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, let my people go, that they may serve me. Okay, not you. This time I will send all my plagues on you yourself, and on your servants and your people, so that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. Okay, so he's sending these plagues so that you will know there's no one else like me on all the earth. Not your gods, no one you believe. I'm the one true God. Okay, there's none like me. Okay, this is like an introduction. It's like, here's Pharaoh. Pharaoh's being introduced to who God is here and what he can do. All right? And so he's speaking to him here, or this message for him, all right, like is coming secondhand through his prophets. So coming through Moses and Aaron, for example. And so he's reminding Pharaoh, there's none like me. For by now I could have put out my hand and struck you and your people with pestilence, and you would have been cut off from the earth. All right, he makes the point. He's like, I could have destroyed you like that, But for this purpose, I have raised you up to show you my power. Okay, so he raised Pharaoh to show you my power, so that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth. Understand? He raised him up as a Pharaoh. Okay, hardened his heart, which makes a lot more sense now after reading this again. Hardened his heart so that he would, then confess or proclaim God's name in all the earth, so that his name would be known. Because Pharaoh let the Israelites go. All right, that act and that seeing the letting go of the Israelites would make anyone go, wow, like the apparent greatest king on the earth, who believed he was the greatest king on the earth, has let all these slaves go because of this hand of God. Okay, and then so that has big weight in the earth when people understand that. Not only to the people, but it's to glorify his name, right? To have his name be glorified above all. And so in doing so, he makes Pharaoh's gods look like idols or like nothing really. Because, it's just, he's no match. Like if Pharaoh was such a god, which they all, proclaim was the reincarnation of Ra, if he was which is a sun god, if they believe he was that, well, he proves Pharaoh has no real power. He's just a man. Okay, so there's a humble check. I like that. He was humbled. Checkmate. Yeah, humble checkmate. And so there's nothing that Pharaoh can say against this, because he can't do anything. And so it's an introduction to God. It's like, hey, I'm over here and I've raised you up. You didn't raise you up. I raised you up. in order that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth. So you are still exalting yourself against my people and will not let them go. Okay? You're exalting yourself. Behold, about this time tomorrow I will cause very heavy hail to fall, such as has never been in Egypt from the day it was founded until now. Now therefore get your livestock and all that you have in the field into safe shelter, for every man and beast that is in the field and is not brought home will die when the hail falls on them. And whoever feared the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh hurried his slaves and his livestock into the houses. But whoever did not pay attention to the word of the Lord left his slaves and his livestock in the field. Okay, so in order to kill man with hail, have to be significant size. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand towards heaven, so that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt. Okay, key point here. Going back to the two witnesses. So if we're correct about the double portion of Elijah and Moses, okay, that they're the two witnesses we see, going back to the videos that we studied, if the two witnesses, for example, God's people, receive this double portion of the Spirit from both Elijah and Moses, we know Elijah's already come and John the Baptist, that prophecy was already fulfilled. All right, we know that Jesus even admits that. He says, yes, he came and they killed him. Okay, so we're talking about the spirit of Elijah and Moses. We're not talking about the physical coming of Moses and Elijah. We're talking about his people being like Moses, stretching out his hand. Okay, and we're being like Elijah, stretching out his hand, or his cape, for example. So the point is that God's people, if this is correct, receiving this double portion, okay, of both these things, and I say this because it says in the scripture that these things they'll be able to do, and they come from both prophets, right? They come from Moses and Elijah. They come from both of them. It's like a combination of both. All right, so it's pretty clear to see that these things in the Bible reference Elijah and Moses, okay, and not like Enoch, for example. Some people bring Enoch in somehow. But the point is that stretching out your hand, okay, I give you the power to do this. Okay, it's the same situation. That's what God will be giving his people power to do. He'll give them the power to do it as a representative, right, as a witness for him. Okay, he can do it. He doesn't need us. He doesn't need us. He could do it all himself. He says it here, right? He says here he could just do that. But that's not part of his plan. Okay, if it was part of his plan, why did he have his chosen people, Israel, to begin with? Why is all this story of humanity played out in order that we will be saved? Okay, that's his character right there. Okay, his character is that he made us that we will worship him, but he loves us, right? He loves us and he doesn't want to just destroy us. Okay, he could just destroy us and then spin up a whole new bunch of people if he wanted to, but all those souls would be lost. Okay, souls of his children, we're his children. Who goes and slays all their children, all right? Who does that? That's an act of evil. He's not evil. There's no evil found in him. He uses evil for good, okay, because he has it on a leash. But he doesn't do evil in that way. Yes, he's a great and terrible Lord. He causes calamity and other things, but he uses evil in order to do that. Understand? So my point is that, you know, we're seeing Moses stretching out his hand. We're actually seeing a representation of things to come, of people on this earth. All right, and as we say on this channel, we believe we're given two vision or two potential kind of name types or types for these people. One's the two witnesses, or three actually. One's the two witnesses, one's 144,000, one's the 72 servants sent out. And I believe that they're all one and the same, and they're servants, right? They're his servants. And they're his servants that are sent out. And those that are received this great blessing in order to do this work. Much like the disciples, they've been chosen. Okay, they've been chosen, and as with the disciples, at the end of their ministry, they need to die. Okay, they need to glorify God. But we're kind of given this comfortable image of death, where he says they lie in the streets. We know we're talking about like spiritual streets of the spiritual Sodom and Gomorrah, for example, or spiritual Babylon, I think it says. I can't remember. But I might say Egypt, or we'll have to read it again. But the point is that they lie in the streets, and then they lie there for 3 days or 3.5 days. Okay, once again repeating Jesus, what happened 3 days, and he was raised up from the dead. Okay, and so repeating that, they also have the exact same ministry time as Jesus, 3.5 years. Right, they minister for the same time. So we're seeing a Jesus type of people here following Jesus' ministry, be given the power of Moses and Elijah in order to what? In order to prepare for this great harvest of souls, the last harvest of souls on the earth. All right, the last before the pouring out of the final wrath at the end that we're not subject to. We aren't subject to it. Okay, but the key point is he's using his people just like this. There's no difference. This exodus has already begun. This exodus started when Jesus started his ministry and started bringing people back onto the vine again. Okay, and saving people bringing them onto the vine, spiritual vine, or the olive tree, for example. And so through that saving, okay, he's bringing people out of spiritual Egypt and Sodom and Gomorrah. It's the same thing talked about, for example, in the two witnesses. All right. That's the streets they lie in, is where they live or where they're sent. Okay, so we also know, guys, is that he says prophet is not welcome in his hometown. He can't, and so I would expect that probably, if not all of the people for this task are not going to be where they are, but maybe have, relocated to do what the job they're going to do in this time. But perhaps the other thought is that they might all go somewhere different, not expecting where you're going to go. You might end up somewhere you don't expect. Like we see, throughout the Bible, we see where the disciples spread out everywhere through the world, right? Or through the lands at the time, and they started ministering all over the place, covering this great ground. Okay, we know that the gospel has to be heard in every inch of the globe. And I believe that this is how he's going to achieve that in this end time. Okay, because understanding that the Bible has been heard in many places in the world, and people have been following it where it's been preached, right? And they go, oh yeah, there's this one little place in a village somewhere where they haven't done that yet. Once they do that, it's all good. Well, forgetting the fact that once you preach the Bible, then 50, 60 years goes by, then there's a whole generation of people that you preach to that no longer know it. Because they're dead, okay? And you've got the new generation pop up. So you end up with this, we're in this time where the church is actually not very successful right now, okay? It's not very successful, so it's sunken. And so we're actually going backwards in a way, if you have a look, in many ways. It's not, the time of Christianity has come to a very swift clash with the enemy here. Like it's coming, it's the time of the church is being decimated, all right? And these spiritual church is all that remains. But the people going to church in the world, for example, these churches and these religions, it's all of those are coming to an end because the one world religion's coming, all right? That's what they're going to instill. They're trying to kill and murder all these religions and beliefs. But the one true religion, which is not a religion, it's purely, as he says, the definition of religion. True religion is feeding the widows and the orphans. Okay, it's not sitting in a church of man dressing in particular robes like the Catholics do and worshipping Mother Mary. That's idolatry. Okay, that's a religion of man. Okay, and while they've done a lot of things like have open schools and do other things that have been good and have brought people into the faith through those things, there are things taught in Catholicism that have edged to being demonic, okay? And so, we have to be careful, but that's an example, right? So all we need is the Bible, his word, and his spirit in order to learn his teachings, okay? That's all we need. And so if we have that, okay, that is all we need to form a church. Okay, church can be right here, right now, this gathering online, just us talking. It doesn't have to be all these ceremonial practices of man, and it shouldn't be. It should be gathering, speaking God's word, teaching, encouraging, edifying, convicting, all those things, right? And we do that, wherever we are. So I think ultimately my point is that, for the gospel to be preached across the earth, I think what he was referring to is that his actual plan is, this mass pouring out, and this mass pouring out of his servants across every inch of the place, doing these miracles that you cannot ignore, because this will be happening in every country and in the world. It's not going to be just happening in one place. Do you think he's really just going to send 2 people, and just fly them around when he has an entire body of people sitting back, prepared, ready to serve him? No, he's preparing you for this. This is what he's preparing us all for. And so, it's pretty, when you start to think about it, you're like, it makes so much more sense, right, than what many teach about, well, we're just going to be taken up out of here, and then that's it, But what we see in Daniel, okay, is that he doesn't need to take us anywhere to protect us. He can protect us wherever we are. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, right? Fiery furnace, greatest example, right? They're protected. They don't have to do anything. They just walk in, they have faith, and it doesn't touch them, okay? We don't have to be plucked up in order to be kept safe. If you're fearful of what's going to come on the earth, and you think that the only way to escape it is to be plucked up, okay, then you actually need to recheck whether you're operating out of fear, because most people are just so scared of what's coming. They're just like, get me out of here before it happens. The point is, though, that we see with the ministry, the 3.5 years, it'll be during the time of the trumpet judgments. So it'll be the time of those judgments pouring out. And those judgments pouring out they'll be horrendous, but it won't be anything like at the end. At the end, it'll be just completely and utterly unbearable. You can't even function, because it's just death and destruction and fiery trials. So, we're going to see these things, but we saw that the disciples, they ministered during a time as well, right? So they ministered through a time that was like the Romans and Nero. Okay, what do we know about Nero? He used to feed Christians to lions and all sorts of stuff, right? Pretty horrendous time. Okay, they were ministering and basically doing it during those dark times. It's a repeat, okay? It might not be lions, but there'll be other stuff going on. So everything is repeated. There's nothing new under the sun. And that's my point, is that all of this, it's happened before as a type and a shadow to show us what will happen again and what is happening again. And that's really part of one of the wonders of the Bible, is that it gives us everything. It gives us everything, but we must be able to read it all, to put it together, to be able to then understand that, hey, this is happening again, And it really is would never call it simple. It's not simple, but when you look at it from that context, it actually is. It is simpler than what we make it out to be. We make it out to be this impossible thing to understand, this impossible thing, But it's actually written in a way that, we can only learn and understand these things through what we're doing now and just studying. I don't have all the answers, of course. We don't have all the answers as a group, of course. But by studying, we get one step closer to learning more each day. And that's what the intent of it is, to come together in a form of church, okay, as a group, and study and read his word and marvel at the things that are written in it, and to marvel at the things in the world that are coming, marvel at things that we see, right, because we're seeing the word of God play out. So rather than be in fear, we look to these things and we're like, wow, that's about to happen. It's like 2024, and that thing or that may have just happened. That's a pretty amazing thing, considering that his son was around 2,000 years ago, just starting the end times then, right? Just starting the last period of the end times, which is the final period of time that we're in. So So share that, because Moses stretching out his hand, it might seem like just a simple thing, but he is imbued with the power of God. Okay, he is given the exact same thing as the two witnesses, and we see this exact same thing in Elijah's journey. So we will be reading about Elijah in the coming scriptures, and we will be talking more on this about, just establishing these correlations between them. So thanks, Christina. Had a thought about the 24 elders in Revelation. Okay, so could they be the 12 sons and the 12 disciples that cast their crowns? The 2:12 just makes, So, I mean, with the 12 elders, for example, I think the 24 elders, I don't have an answer, obviously, but I always have thought about it in layers, because I don't think that there's just one answer. So I think in a layer, and I think the tip is you see that when Jesus is on the throne, he's referred to as the Ancient of Days, right, sitting on his throne. And I believe that when he's referred to as that, in that layer, we're talking about time. So when we see the 24 elders, and we've talked about this a lot, we know that the 12 tribes represent the 12 months of the year. We know the 24 elders, okay, if we're talking time, we have months, we have years, we have days, they all start to come into the equation. But the 24 elders, they cast their crowns, all right, and it's, like I say, it's likened to, if you look at the actual phases of the sun, as the sun goes around and changes, and you also have the moon phases as well as it circuits the earth. Okay, not the earth circuiting it, but it circuits the earth, as we read in Enoch. You see that there's different periods of light for the sun through the day. And I believe that in the time argument, or the time conversation, that the 24 elders, I believe they represent the cycles of the sun. But as far as sitting around the throne, not in the layer of time, I believe they actually represent 24 people that are used in God's courts to judge, so and to hold court, the courts of heaven. And so the question is, who are they? And that's, we have many thoughts on that, and that's a great thought, absolutely. And so, I think we're only really going to know, we're only really going to know in that layer, for example, when it happens, or like, for example, right, like the four living creatures have been this great mystery to many, okay, and I think we've spoken about it at length here, and just to cover them. So in one layer, if you look at it, okay, we know that they have the same banners as the 12 tribes, all right? We have the lion, the eagle, the lion, the eagle, the man, and the bull, right? They all represent these strengths, or these facets of God. Okay, God is the eagle, God is the bull, God is the man, God is the lion of the tribe of Judah. We know that they all represent that. There's no argument with that. Okay, you can't argue with that. Okay, and so then we start to see those representations of how they march, or how they walk. Like, they don't turn this way or that way. So we see in one layer they're represented likened to an army of people walking, but then we also see in Ezekiel's vision these wheels within wheels, turning like a clock, or like many wheels within wheels. Okay, like there's a device called I think it's called an astrolabe. I think it's called. It's the closest. I go jogging past this place, and there's a giant one I see every time, and I mean to take a photo of it for you guys. It's the best one I've seen. Let me just. No, it's not an astrolabe. It's what's it called? One second. It's a Greek thing. They're used in astronomy. Look, I'll find. It's basically like it's a device. I used to know what it was. You basically end up with something a little like this. See this circle here, like these wheels within wheels within wheels, okay, representing like the orbital paths of the planets, okay, and basically like in one layer you get this sort of representation of the planets or these things. Just trying to hide this window, sorry. And my point is that so in one layer we hear that they're an army, they have the banners, that they can only walk one direction or whatever, which is what an army does. They have torches waving between them. We know that they're actually the two witnesses, for example, or those his people are the lampstands, or referred to as lights or candles or torches. It means the same thing. We see that they're brought into a whirlwind on the earth. They're sent out into the earth. So that's one layer, but then we get into Ezekiel's vision with the wheels, okay, and he's talking about like the circuit of the sun and the moon, how it goes around, and he starts talking about like these other things, and I believe that they represent these different facets of these circuits of the planets. They represent the circuits of time, or there's all different layers there, but I believe that it's something to do with that, and so ultimately I don't think there's one answer for this stuff, is what I'm saying. I think we're actually given one vision, another vision, and they represent different kind of layers of the onion. And I think that's why we argue so much as Christians about who's right, who's wrong, when in fact there's probably multiple answers. But I think the point is, with the four living creatures, we know it's represented as the 12 tribes, like the bucket of the 12 tribes, the 12 tribes in their entirety. Okay, but then we have the question of the 144,000, where there's only 12,000 taken from that bucket into the 144,000. So while they are kind of one in the same, my theory is, or my just, you know, and my theory doesn't make any difference here. It's what the word says, but you know, we're not given a lot to go off. But my current understanding, I will say, is that, you know, the 144,000 is unlikely to be the entirety of all the tribes of Israel, or there would literally only be, if that's a literal number, there wouldn't be enough people. All right, that would be like saving like the smallest amount of people on the earth. It doesn't add up. Okay, it doesn't add up to his plan. So it seems like they're selected, like it's like a group within a group, is what it seems like, most likely. But we see that they represent the two witnesses. So yeah, right. So I think what it is that whatever the case, you know, it appears to be those two witnesses, those people chosen for this role. They will do this. Okay, that's what they'll be doing. There'll be those who are given this blessing to go out and to die, minister, and then die for Christ, and so forth. Okay. Now what we do understand is who receives the greatest blessing. For example, in Revelation is the Church of Philadelphia, and they're blessed because they kept they patiently endured. All right. So if we read that now, I only read this morning with my son. Actually, it's quite interesting that kind of ended up back here, but if we just go there, like I think that this is like key to talk about. So, and to the angel of the church in Philadelphia write the words of the Holy One, the true one, who has the key of David. So he holds the key of David, who opens and no one will shut, who shuts and no one opens. Okay, he says this to the Laodiceans. He says, if anyone seek me and knock, you know, I may come in and they may sup with me. You know what I mean? Like he's talking about the door, right? He mentions the door. We see at the start of the vision with John, okay, John's like told to come up here. We see the exact same language in the two witnesses. At the end when they die, he says, come up here. Okay, it's the same language. And so he says, I know your works. Behold, I've set before you an open door. Okay, an open door. It's like this open invitation, this door. No one can shut it. Okay, it's for this group, this people, this, you know, this type, you know, that we see through the angel. Okay, is like the spirit of the church. So the spirit of the church is like, you know, a description of the church. You know, like if you look inside someone's spirit, what does it contain? That's when he looks inside the spirit of the church. This is what it contains. I know your works. Behold, I've set before you an open door which no one is able to shut. I know that you have but little power, and yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name. Okay, so you've kept my word, right? You've not denied my name. I know you have but little power. You're weak, right? You're suffering. And yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name. Behold, I'll make those of the synagogue of Satan who say they are Jews, okay, they pretend to be Jews and are not, okay? I think we know who we're talking about on this earth. Like, we've got the Jesuits, we've got these others that are behind a lot of this fake Jewry stuff, right? But lie, behold, I will make them come and bow down before your feet, and they will learn that I have loved you. Okay, he loves this group greatly because you have kept my word about patient endurance. You've endured. Okay, patient endurance is not going, get me up and out of here, get me out of here now. God, take me, God, take me away. We're all guilty of it. Okay, I've had moments where I've begged, just take me out, Lord. Like, kill me, get rid of me. Like, get me up and out of here. Like, I'm happy, I'm done. Like, I've had moments where I've been in those moods where I've said that. And then afterwards I thought, man, like, what am I doing? Like, we've all had moments like that where we've been just in such a sorrowful state, grieving, that we just have nothing left, right? Okay, but we have to patiently endure. And he builds us back up from those moments. Okay, you don't have to share them here, but I know you've all had moments like that, right, where you just wanted to give up. And so you'll be built back up from those moments, but you first must learn the lesson from them. Okay, so once you do, then you'll be built back up. So it will keep you from the hour of trial that is coming on the whole world. Okay. Yeah, look, I mean, I was guilty of that too. I was guilty of, like, and one important point I'll make is that we should never, while we say there's no rapture, what we actually mean by rapture is we're talking about, when we're talking about that word, we're not talking about the resurrection. We're not talking about the come up here at the end of the two witnesses. What we're talking about is that these people teach that the entirety of the body, everyone, right, people waiting, ready or not, will just be taken and disappear. Anyone who just believes in Jesus will be taken and just disappear, and everyone will look around and go, where are they? Okay, that doctrine there is different. Okay, the different thing about that is it's actually saying that, it doesn't matter how we walk. It doesn't matter, about our patient endurance or keeping his word. We just have to believe, and then everyone's just going to disappear. Now, we know we have to believe to be saved, right? We have to have faith to be saved. We know that. But we're spiritually saved, you understand? We're spiritually saved. We're born again through the Spirit. Okay, and because we're born again through the Spirit, we're spiritually saved. Through that salvation, it means that we're at peace, because through that peace that he affords us, okay, we don't have the fear of death anymore, understand? Death can't harm us anymore. We died with Christ on the cross. Okay, it says that, all right? We died with him on the cross through our rebirth. The old self died. Our heart was circumcised away from evil, okay? We're cut away from evil. We're cut loose, and we're given life. And when we received his Spirit, we're given a promise. Okay, we're given this deposit, as Paul puts it. This deposit is, this Holy Spirit that you've been given. Okay, this is to say you are mine. Those who have my Spirit, this the cutaway of the heart. It sounds gross, yeah, but spiritually that's what it is. Now we talk about the rapture. The thing about the rapture is that what it does is it creates weak followers, because it gets everyone to quiver. Everyone quivers and goes, please take me. I can't do another day. And I'm not picking on anybody, okay? Because I know you guys have lost loved ones. There's been horrible things have happened to you. I would never dare do that. But what I'm saying is it develops that attitude, okay, of what I was talking about, my weaknesses, where I said, just take me. Just get rid of me, okay? Where you give up, okay? Whereas he's like, I'm going to use you to serve my kingdom, right? I'm going to use you in order to glorify my name. And in turn, right, everyone's going to see you shining. Everyone's going to see, all right? They're going to see that you're one of mine, okay? And he's going to use you to do that. And so what we end up doing is we end up giving up from that doctrine that is actually not in the Bible, right? There's a couple of key scriptures stitched together cleverly that make it. Okay, and so that's it. That's it. You got a couple of scriptures there versus the rest of the Bible. Okay, and so what I'm saying to you is that we throw away the greatest blessing or opportunity ever to serve God during this time, to go out in the great harvest of souls and save people. We throw away that in order to just be taken and escape. So he teaches escapism, and I'm guilty of experiencing or believing that earlier in my walk too. But I knew something wasn't right, and eventually I knew, be led to the understanding of the fact that, we have to patiently endure, guys. Whichever way you frame it, it doesn't matter which way you look at it. This group here that he loves, that's what they're going to be full of, patient endurance. Doesn't mean it's going to be a perfect walk. Okay, some days you're going to be stronger than others. Okay, some days you're going to be on fire, some days you're not. Okay, but what we have to try and do is try and maintain endurance. Endurance is not a sprint, it is a marathon. Okay, likened to a race. But he says this: I will keep you from the hour of trial that is coming on the whole world. To what? To try those who dwell on the earth. Okay? Now, that's what this is. Right? It's going to try people. It's going to test people. Okay? He's saying, I will keep you from that testing because you've already had your testing. Because you patiently endured your testing. You understand? If you bail out of your testing and you spend all your time, instead of studying his word, and you spend all your time basically waiting to be carted away, instead of building yourself up spiritually, understanding his word, becoming solid on the word, which we're all trying to do on this channel, that's what we're seeking to do, is that you give up on that wonderful blessing that we see here. You give up on that opportunity because you're practicing escapism. Okay? So we don't want to do that, and I warn against that here. You can believe what you want. You're free to believe what you want, of course. I'm not going to argue with someone who says, if someone posted now, yes, the rapture is real. I'm not going to argue with you because you have the right to have your own opinion and your own understanding. I'm presenting the case from this angle that I've learned and we've learned through this channel, through these readings, and we're presenting that and saying that, what do you think he wants? Do you build an army that wants to escape? Like, for example, that dream I was given, it's one of my favorites. And I'll refer to it because it's bang on to this point. Okay? Is that I was standing there, I could see a man in front of me. All right? I was standing there in this dream. And there was a bit of comedy to this dream, but it was very serious. And I saw a city. I could see all the roof line of the city. All right? And I could just see this fire coming over the city. All right? And then I just remember that there was this rocket right next to the city, a rocket. Okay? And then there was this army, but they were represented like this bunch of people. Like, it was kind of weird. They were all like packed in. And all of a sudden, they panicked and they jumped into this spaceship, this rocket, and they flew up into space. And in the spirit, I just remember, like, in the dream, like, I just knew there was a space station up there or something. Like, it was kind of a joke, right? It was like a metaphor almost. And then he said, can you go tell the army to come here? Tell the army to present here. It's in my video. I can't remember the exact words. But then, and so I went, oh, so they've already gone up into space. And he's like, and he said something really funny. And then he said, well, go and get them. And so then I went off to go get them, right? Because he said it was a false alarm, never mind. And then I had to go get them. And the point was it was in my spirit that day to preach about this, and it was a word that followed that dream. Okay, he just put in my spirit. I was seeing a representation of what was being put in my spirit, and then I received a word after that talked about the fact that there is no rapture. Okay, but he said that there was a rest beforehand. Okay, he said there was a short, brief respite, I believe the words were. Okay, and he's like, focus on things. Focus on things here, what you're doing. Don't focus on things Like, I think he said something about like being shot up into space or whatever it might have been. But I'm a bit hazy until I, go back to what was written because it was a while ago. But my point is that really shook me up. Why did it shake me up? Because I had to go on camera and admit, not only say the word, but also admit that I previously, which I'd been quite open to say I really don't know, but previously I had believed wholeheartedly that there was like a pre-trib thing going on, and that was, but I think what it is, I think there's a bit of truth in the sense that we see that the Spirit's going to be poured out upon his witnesses just as the tribulation begins. All right, so I think it's probably a misunderstanding. More so, people see that the peace and that you'll be saved from the hour of trial as being taken away. I think that's the problem, is that everybody's seeing that as not being at peace, okay, not being at peace and being able to serve, but they see it as being taken away, because everyone has this understanding that you have to be taken away in order to escape, or you have to escape, and so they say they link the judgments together with the wrath, right? They put the judgments and the wrath together, and they say, well, we're not subject to wrath. And yes, that is true. And you see at the end, when the judgments are like the 3.5 years, the judgments, when they're coming to an end, all right at the end, when Satan calls for war against the saints, right, against the two witnesses, there's a war, all right, he's allowed to overcome them. He can't touch them until then. After the 3.5 years, he can't hurt them, right? He can't touch God's people. And so at the end, then they die, right? That's when they're done. It's like the disciples. They died when their work was done, right? They were preaching and singing and other things when they were getting put up on the cross, right? Because they knew they were going home. It's like amazing, and they died horrible deaths, for example. And we don't need to think about the death side of things, but just understand that in order to die, there's no greater honor for God. So if that becomes your blessing to do that task, then understand there's no greater honor than that. It's the greatest thing ever, okay? Because you're not only going to die for him, you're going to die for your brothers and sisters, you're going to die for your family, you're going to die for everybody, okay, that you stood and you endured to the end. And so I believe that is what it is. And I think the peace that he gives us is he'll keep us safe during this time, and that nothing will come upon us. So the space station is like the place where, good Christians go to die because they basically give up. Satan loves it because it's escapism, because it breeds these things. Now, I don't want to pick on anybody, okay? I don't want to pick on anybody, because I know that myself, I believe that as well, and it took a long time for me to come out of that. But I also don't want to boast. I don't want to be prideful. I just want to say, please, anyone who has their mind there and they're listening, have a look, watch some of these videos we've been talking about with the two witnesses. Make up your own mind, okay? Make up your own mind. Study the scriptures, and you'll see that this two witnesses mystery is actually one of the biggest mysteries that is so important. Okay, that's why rave on about it. It's so important, and we need to understand it. And if we don't, we're missing one of the biggest parts of this time that we're coming into. So I encourage you, right? Like anything I say, check it, cross-check it, take it to prayer. I'm absolutely not fazed at all by anything that I've said in regards to them, because everything, it's been piece at a time, and I can't take the credit for it all. Some information, I was led to watch, say, someone else's video who had a revelation from God, right? And so I'm just, I take a piece from there and go, oh, well, I didn't know that. And then other things might come direct to me through the Spirit, other things different ways through you guys as well. It's been a group effort in order to just get a basic understanding. So don't feel like, oh, well, this is all too hard, or, you got to start looking at it. But, understand, patient endurance, right? I'll get to your comments in a minute, guys. I'll just keep wavering on here for a minute. He says, I'm coming soon to these people, right? Hold fast what you have so that no one may seize your crown. Okay, hold fast to what you have, this patient endurance, this faith, okay, this not turning away from my word, keeping my word. So keeping his word, not only is it living by his word, but it's keeping his word intact as is. Okay, we got to be really careful that we don't create doctrines of man. So whatever we do, we have to prove in Scripture. Okay, like with the two witnesses, we can prove. It says that, you know, they're the lampstands. It says, when you add it up, they're the seven churches, the seven eyes, the seven spirits. You know, they're the descending into the earth. It says all of these things. Like, it actually says it in all the scriptures. We don't have to make it up. You just have to join all the scriptures together in order to see it. And it says it all there, right? And so we can't argue with that it says it. And so, yeah, I feel the need to reinforce that. He's the living water, the river of life. Amen. I'm coming soon. Hold fast what you have, so no one may seize your crown. The one who conquers, okay, so the one who fails to conquer, okay, there's got to be, for one who conquers, there's got to be one who doesn't conquer. I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God. A pillar is like a brass object, immovable, okay, that holds up the roof or holds up, you know, it's immovable, okay, like we see reference to the pillars throughout the Bible, and it's just this unshakable thing. Or he says to Ezekiel, go and preach to my people. Okay, it's not like you're talking to him in a foreign language. I'll make your head as hard as flint. Okay, it's kind of like this. I'll make you a pillar in the temple of my God as well. Okay, never shall he go out of it, and I'll write on him the name of my God and the name of the city of my God. Okay, everyone's going to know you're one of his. You'll be branded. So the name of the city, my God, the New Jerusalem. This door and these people, okay, like they're going to have the name of the city written on them, for example, which comes down from my God out of heaven, and my own new name. He who has an ear, let him hear. Okay, blessing, absolute blessing. Patient endurance, perseverance. The pep talk, absolutely. We'll just go back up. Just want to see comments. Christina says, thanks Kim. She says, bang. I had a dream years ago. To shorten the dream, it was the end of everything. The sky was unbreathable, things smashing the earth. The government was sending people to space. Got there, and all I could think was that I should have never left Earth, even if I was dying and I needed to be baptized. That's an interesting dream, isn't it? Unbreathable, things smashing the earth. I had a very similar one. Everything was floating in the sky. So, like everything was like what we would refer to as gravity, like, it'd be like anti-gravity. Everything was like up in, all these objects were up in the sky, just kind of floating. It's kind of weird. It was weird. There was a whirlwind, like a giant whirlwind, like a twister. And then I saw that, and there was a person who was there who was getting taken up, but they weren't getting taken up for a good reason. All right, and I ended up grabbing two people and running in the door inside when it happened in the dream, and it was a pretty confronting dream. But yeah, it was one of those dreams that very hard, very memorable. But yeah, it was kind of similar. It was like there was all this stuff going in the sky. The sky was kind of like parting in another one as well. Like there was something happening in the sky. Like it was like the atmosphere was dissolving. Yeah. Christina says, was that I shouldn't? Yeah. Could not find a church in the space station. That's fascinating. Space station. Same thing, right? People were living in parties and sinfulness that didn't even care. I got baptized years ago. Kim says, he wakes us up. Amen. God cares, Holy Spirit cares. For this dream I dreamed of flooding everywhere. I think a lot had to do with baptism. Yeah, so it's very interesting. It's very interesting, the flooding and the, like, it depends on the context as well. Like it can mean the waters, the sea of waters usually is like references like the sea of people, or the waters, for example, can represent people. And it just depends on the context though. Um, but yeah, thanks for the encouragement there, Kim. That's where you said he's the living water, the river of life. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was like a hotel in space. Yeah, that's kind of like what it was like in my dream. Yeah, like it wasn't. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was like this retreat that they were all going to, right? But it was in the dream. It was it was his army. It was clear it was his army, and like, I was just there because it was putting it in my spirit that day to talk about it. So it was nothing like, it wasn't a dream where he was saying much more than, that, and I wasn't in some great position or anything like that. I was just a guy there, and he's just kind of conversing with me there. And when I had that, it was in my spirit. And so I knew the context of the word when he gave me the word. Literally after I woke up, I received the word, which is pretty rare for me. I don't receive much word, Some people receive it a lot, but I don't receive it very often. So I was like stoked when this happened, and then just it helped to understand the word, and then the scriptures as well that came along with it. Like literally, the scriptures were like awaiting me in my Bible when I opened them, like one after the other, until it kind of ceased, and then it was that was tough though. It's tough. It's tough getting a word, right? Especially something so controversial, and then having to deliver it. That's very tough. I find it very uncomfortable, but it's part of our service and what he asks us to do. We have to be obedient. So I only find it uncomfortable because I know, it's a very, if you get his word wrong, right? If you teach people the wrong thing, it's a very harsh punishment. All right, just me here, just talking. I face a very difficult thing if I was, intentionally teaching his word falsely, for example. So you have to be very careful. I know people like preaching at church, and they get quite nervous because they don't want to mess it up, and I understand that. So, but I think if we let the Spirit lead us, then we're okay. Like, we're not going to say anything we're going to feel convicted pretty quickly. Yeah, accountability's, it's a tough one. It's a tough lesson. You got to pray on it too. Yeah, but it comes with lots of benefits too. Like, we get to read his word every day in fellowship, and we get to do all these, come into these understandings of things. It's awesome. Okay, but it does come with a, lack of sleep. It comes with, that accountability. It comes with that not knowing sometimes, right, and trusting. So it's good. It's good. I like it. I can handle it. It's tough, but I can handle it to the point where I know he's nudging me along, and every time I screw up, he lets me know, and then I have to come before you and tell you, hey, I messed up. So yeah, that's right. It's good. It's good. So without being prideful or anything, I don't see myself as, like anything other than just a guy who loves God, serving, and willing to serve, but also to, wanting to make sure that we cover all bases when we read the Bible. So, but it's not, there's nothing about it. I don't want to build, myself up in this channel or anything. I just want to bring glory to him and praise his holy name, and that's it. So yeah, we've got a good group here. So let us keep reading. I think we've got that out of our system now. I didn't see that one coming. A bit of a sidestep. Okay, so stretch out your hand towards heaven. It started from those key words. So that there may be hail in the land of Egypt. Okay, and on man and beast, and every plant of the field in the land of Egypt. Now, what's the time? I'm kind of keen to do a bit more of a read. I'm keen to keep going if anyone's like willing to just kick on. I might just take like a 2-minute break while I just grab a coffee, And then I think we'll just keep cracking on with the word, because I'd like to make, I'd like to do another 3 or 4 chapters if I can, if we can get that far, just so that we've cut a bit of ground. So let's take a break for maybe, let's just say 5 minutes. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then let's just continue. I mean, it's only 7 o'clock here. Realistically, I do have like another couple of hours if I had to read, but I feel like it's a good time to just keep going. So I'll put the time here, say 5 minutes starting now, and just look at the timestamp. And all right, so I'll be back when I finish grabbing a coffee. All right, welcome back. I don't know if that was 5 minutes. I haven't really checked the time. It was a bit under, actually. It was probably a bit too quick. All right, sorry. I found some jelly beans to give me. I don't normally eat jelly beans, but I just needed some sugar or something to move me along, even though I don't really have much sugar. So yeah, let's keep moving here. I think we're going well. So yeah, I mean, I look, I'm like, as I said, I'm not drinking real coffee. I drink this barley coffee stuff. You know, it's not because I don't believe it's, you know, we shouldn't drink coffee or anything like that. It's purely a choice because coffee messes me up, makes me feel run down, tired. I used to be a coffee addict, you know, I was drinking too much, and I've adapted to it. It's like a alternative to tea, and it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. So it's it doesn't have caffeine in it, but it just gives me kind of that enjoyment of having something hot to drink, and I get sick of tea really easily. So yeah, that's right. Yeah, coffee is wonderful. Yeah, if you can tolerate coffee and it doesn't mess with your sleep and things like that, then you're doing well. I'd have it and I'd be like in an insomniac. I couldn't get to sleep, and you know, end up drinking far too much. And you know, I found it was awesome for like running. If you do running, having a coffee, it just did something to just, you know, it'd have this like slow burn for a good couple of hours after you had coffee or caffeine. But apart from that, I just thought, oh, it's just one other thing I'm doing that probably, you know, I'm just going to get addicted to. So I gave it up, and then I kind of like not having it. So from time to time, I look at it. I probably, you know, maybe if I travel or do something, I'll probably have one. I haven't had one for a couple, well, probably have to be over a year now. Have to be over a year, probably a year and a half, maybe a year. I'd say a year. Let's go a year would be probably about right, at least. All right, so I'll keep going. That's why I'm here, coffee. So I'm just pretending to drink coffee. I'm not hanging with the cool kids. So the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand towards heaven." Let me flick back to the desktop. The Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand towards heaven, so that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, on man and on beast, and every plant of the field in the land of Egypt." Then Moses stretched out his staff toward heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and fire ran down to the earth. Okay, so thunder and hail and fire. And the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. There was hail and fire flashing continually in the midst of the hail. Very heavy hail, such as never been in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. Hail struck down everything that was in the field in all the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And the hail struck down every plant of the field and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the people of Israel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called Moses and Aaron and said to them, "This time I have sinned. The Lord is in the right, and I and my people are in the wrong. Plead with the Lord, for there has been enough of God's thunder and hail. I will let you go, and you shall stay no longer." Okay, so just going back a little bit, we see here the people of Israel, they're in the land of Goshen. So we learnt that in the story of Joseph, okay, where he brought his father and his brothers and all the others in the tribes, and they settled in the land of Goshen. And there were 70 of them. And they, there's that kind of number 70 popping up again. Okay, and the 70 of the Israelites, because we see there's like, this is interesting, but there's 70 of them, and then you see in the story where Jesus sends out the 72. Okay, in the title it refers to 72 being sent out. In the body of the word, it refers to this. It says 70 sent out, for example. It's quite interesting, and it's been a little bit of a mystery. But anyway, it is there. So Moses said to him, "As soon as I have gone out of the city, I will stretch out my hands to the Lord. The thunder will cease, and there will be no more hail, so that you may not know that the earth is the Lord's. But as for you and your servants, I know that you do not yet fear the Lord God." The flax and the barley were struck down. This is very interesting. The flax and the barley were struck down, for the barley was in the ear and the flax was in bud. Okay, so let's let's just quickly blue letter Bible this. This is a good example of translation. So Exodus 9:31. Okay, so referring to, it says here the flax and the barley were struck down, but obviously the Strong's Concordance is only ESV, so this is ESV. And the flax, so is the word piste or pista, which means, what's he referring to? A wick, flax, tow, references as a wick for a lamp or flax of the plant. Okay, so once again we get to one of these obscure moments where, we see a wick for a lamp meaning the same thing as a plant. Kim says, how can you not fear the Lord? Yeah, I don't know how. So here's one of those odd little moments where we're like, what's he thinking? Why did he particularly use this? But is he saying the flax of the plant or the wick? Or is it hint? So the flax and the barley were struck down. Okay, so for the barley was in the ear, okay, and the flax was in bud. So this requires us to have agricultural knowledge. All right. So the barley was in the ear and the flax was in bud. But when the wheat and the emmer were not struck down, for they are late in coming up. Okay. So here we see a reference to the harvest. Okay, we know with the grain harvest, for example, we have the barley. All right, the first fruits of the barley. We have the wheat, for example. Okay, and then we end up with the grapes. All right, the barley, the wheat, and the grapes. And so the interesting thing about that is that there are multiple references to three as well in the Bible. These three groups. We see it present in Luke, Mark, and Matthew constantly throughout. We've pointed it out a lot in this channel about the references. If you do comparative study, for example, I may not get this wrong. He says in John, I think it's in John or Luke, he says, into your hands I commend my spirit when he dies. And then I think it's in John he says that. In Luke he says it is done when he dies. And then in Mark and Matthew he says, Lord, Father, why have you forsaken me? All right, when he dies. Now, that's one of probably, I don't know, I don't want to speculate on how many, but there's so many, right, accounts that are so different. Some people put it down to, it's just, the different times and the different cultures and when that was written. Oh yeah, but then you get into things where in Luke it's like Herod mocks Jesus, covers him in a gorgeous robe, or a dazzling robe, which is white. Okay, but in Mark he covers him in a purple robe, which represents royalty. White represents righteousness, purple represents royalty. Okay, and then in Matthew he covers him in a scarlet robe, which represents the blood or sacrifice. Okay, so we have three different accounts in three different colors, and as there's a good channel that broke this, that got me curious when I started looking. They're called Ministry Revealed. I give full credit to them for understanding this first, and I studied early on before I'd studied the Bible. I studied from that and did comparative study, and understood that this was everywhere in the Bible, and that you could not simply say that these three accounts are a mirror image of each other. In fact, they're layers like the onion. Okay, they're layers in the sense that they give each other, you consult one, more information's found in the next two, or the next three, including John. Okay, so when you combine all the information together, you get the full story. That's one layer. Then in the other layer, it appears that everyone in Luke who's talked about, who's talked about right from the Last Supper to all these other elements, he always treats the Luke group as the righteous group. And he always rebukes the Matthew group, okay, and then he somewhat scorns the Mark group, okay. Go have a look at when he comes back, all right, when he comes back to meet his disciples. All right, he marvels at their lack of faith in Mark or Matthew, I think it is. All right, in Luke, he's like, hey, check out my hands. Have a look at my hands. Like, he's really nice to them. He's giving them information. He's like, he eats a fish in front of them. He's completely different. Okay, completely different. All three. There's an element that he's not happy with that they've done. But out of the three, he always treats the Luke group the best. Okay, and I believe it's a type and shadow for, likening to the wise virgins, the parable of the wise and foolish virgins. I really strongly believe that, and you believe what you like. Of course, we all have the choice to believe what we choose. But I do really believe that Luke represents the wise virgins and Mark represents the foolish virgins that aren't waiting, like the Laodiceans. I think the Church of Philadelphia is Luke. I think the Laodiceans is Mark, and I think Smyrna is Smyrna and the others are potentially, well, I'm not 100% sure on this yet, but there is some reference to Smyrna constantly being referred to with scarlet and other things as well. So I think it's probably the remainder of the other churches that equal in the Matthew group. So I think it's like, there's a number in the Mark group as well. But I know that there's only one group, like Philadelphia, which is reference to Luke, I believe. So I believe it all ties together, is what I'm saying. I believe it's like all layers in the one thing, right? That they're actually all tying together, speaking, just like how the 4 living creatures tied to the 12 tribes of Israel, tied to the 144,000, tied to the 2 witnesses, tied to the 72 servants. Like, I believe that, there's multiple layers of the Bible, and, that's the clever thing about it, why it cannot have been written by the hand of man and is only written and breathed out by the holy, the holy breath of God and interpreted by man. And what man's done is, over time, is in the translations has removed parts of the Bible and taken parts like the Apocrypha and separated them and removed them, as we've seen, and a whole bunch of other things over time. And study notes and other original notes from the original translations are all removed, and other things as well. And we're just seeing it getting more and more watered down as we get into all these new fancy modern translations. Thus why I do believe that you're better off sticking with some of the older translations that focus around that early kind of English translation. So, the ESV is a modernized version of that. But like the Geneva, which was, the KJV was modeled off of the Geneva, for example. And there were certain things changed in the KJV that are a little bit flaky as well. But, it's still the word of God, but it has been, it has been adapted by the hand of man. So there are some things we have to look up the Strong's Concordance to make sure we're understanding it correctly. So Kim says everything in the Bible. Christina says everything in the Bible is against. So how could they have written it? Says who wrote it. Some people are just difficult. Let me read that again. Everything in the Bible is against. So how could they have written it? Yeah, absolutely, right. It's not from man. It's not from man. It's insane how much. Like if you, I remember having a look at some people had found some codes in the Bible. Right, if you see something repeat like 3 times or 5 times, it was like a code for something else. And then, on a page there would be so many words starting with so many things, and they'd all be numbered words, and they'd add up to another sentence. Like, it's impossible stuff for man to come up with, and blows your mind, right? It blows your mind. So I think our God is giving us multiple avenues of understanding. I think if we read it like that and we don't read it as, yes, there is only one answer, right? If we read it as, yes, of course, with the gospel, of course, with Jesus, but when we're talking about some of these other little mysteries, I think if we just, lock ourselves into there's only one answer for things, or there's only one understanding, we never get there. We're never going to get there. So you see bits like this bit here is 100% something more than just these words. Okay, it jumps out like a mile away. Okay, the flax and the barley were struck down. Okay, for the barley was in the ear and the flax was in bud. But the wheat and the emmer were not struck down, for they are late in coming up. Okay, we know that the wheat, for example, who represent the Laodiceans, like they're going to get like a threshing, right? They're late in coming to in realizing he's coming, for example. So we see these references everywhere. So Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh and stretched out his hands to the Lord, and the thunder and the hail ceased, and the rain no longer poured upon the earth. But when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunder had ceased, he sinned yet again and hardened his heart, he and his servants. So the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people of Israel go, just as the Lord had spoken through Moses. So we're going up on the 8th plague now. All right, so then the Lord said to Moses, "Go into Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I may show these signs of mine among them, and that you may tell in the hearing of your son and of your grandson how I have dealt harshly with the Egyptians and what signs I have done among them." So let's slow down. So where he says, going to Pharaoh, I've hardened his heart. Okay, I'm using him. I raised him up. Remember what he said? I raised him up in order that my name be glorified in all the earth. He's doing this. He's hardening his heart. Okay, to progressively take him through all of this in order to glorify his name. Right? He says, I've hardened his heart and the hearts of his servants. Okay? So we see, let's just have a look at this just quickly. So we see that God gives strong delusion to those who don't follow or don't believe in the truth, right? He never loved the truth. Like, I love this scripture in 2 Thessalonians 2. I always bring this up because I think it's such a great example. You guys probably think it's the only scripture I know. I bring it up that much. But it's about the man of lawlessness, so it's important. Okay, so, the coming of the lawless one is by the activity of Satan, with all power and false signs and wonders, and with all wicked deception, for those who are perishing. Why? Because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. It's pretty simple, right? Why are they perishing? Because they refuse to love the truth. Therefore, God sends them a strong delusion. God, not Satan. God sends them a strong delusion, so that they may believe what is false. Okay, he sends you, right, because you don't love the truth, a delusion. All right, so you're completely you're just in your own little land, right? Your own little world, believing your own thing. This delusion, so you believe these signs and wonders. Okay, you'll believe that this thing here, for example, was an absolute miracle. Okay, all right? And so we know, right, and let's be adults here, we were all at one stage at enmity with God, right? We're all at one stage perishing, right? We're all set for destruction. So let's be adults when we say this, okay, is that we know that those who are currently deceived in a state of deception are perishing, okay? And it's up to us, okay, and God, through his Spirit, okay, in order to minister to them, in order that they may turn the other way and then be saved, okay, turn towards him. So repent and come to him, the prodigal son. So in order that they may, right, so that he sends them a delusion so that may believe what is false, in order that they may all be condemned. God sends them a delusion that they may be condemned who did not believe but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Okay, they took pleasure in being unrighteous. Okay, so they were taking pleasure in living an unrighteous life. Okay, in sin. They love sin. They love the darkness. All right, they didn't believe the truth. They love darkness. So they won't come to the light. Okay, because they love the darkness. Exactly what he says in the scripture, They did not love the light. Okay, so we have to understand God hardens our hearts to things, to teach us. Right? All of us, right? All of us. So if we have something, right, to be purged from, something that is sitting in that heart of ours, that wicked heart of ours, we know, yes, it has been circumcised or cut away. Okay, so cut away from that that flesh, okay? But we know we can still oscillate into the flesh. We can still live in the flesh, okay? But before Him, we're justified as righteous, okay? So we're afforded righteousness in the Spirit. We're given His righteousness, okay, that we may practice His righteousness, that we may live by walk in the Spirit and bear fruit of the Spirit, okay? And in bearing fruit of the Spirit, then that's what He wants us to do. Like a tree, as it grows, as it blooms, it starts to bear fruit. Okay, a tree that as it says, a good tree or a bad tree will always bear bad fruit. A good tree will always bear good fruit. And so I think it says it the other way. It says like a good tree can't bear bad fruit or something like that. But the point is that there's this expectation that that's what we would do when we're given all we need. And we see that in the parable of the talents. Okay, the parable of the talents is exactly that. He gives them what he needs. He gives them the money to start with, right? Which is a talent. It's just a measure. It's not your talent like as in, hey, I can dance or something. It's a measure of money. Okay, your talent in the ground. It's just what it was like a talent of gold. It's a weight. He's given you a weight of a talent, and so it's what you do with that. Okay, what do you do with the gift that He gives you? It's not about works in order for salvation or any of that. It's more than that. It's about serving His kingdom, willingly, and wanting to bring others into the faith. Okay, that's what we're tasked with, is to be able to help to spread the gospel, share the good news. Okay, our testimony is how we do that. Okay, through our testimony. So our testimony is super important. Okay, so He gave us this gift, this salvation, in order that we would tell the world. Okay, He didn't give us that for that reason, but that's what I'm saying is that's one of the things that He expects us that we would do. We would preach the gospel, and that we would love each other, that we love Him above all things, and just continue on in our faith and be sanctified, so that, as Ephesians 1, we will be holy and blameless. Okay. And that's what He wants us to be, holy and blameless, right? And we are holy and blameless through His Spirit, and we're not subscribed to sin. But yes, we know if we operate in the flesh, okay, then we can do unrighteousness. Okay, but we're not children of the devil anymore. You understand what I'm getting at? Okay, they're the children of lawlessness, and the children of lawlessness operate in the flesh. That's simply that. They live in the flesh. They'll die in the flesh, right? We're born of the Spirit. We live in the Spirit. We're of the Spirit. We won't die. You understand? So it's all about that. The key part of it is that we use this time that we've got. We're given this life, this wonderful life, and it hasn't always been wonderful, but we can make of it what we can through His Spirit. We can still find enjoyment, and we should do so joyfully. We should still have joy in our hearts. Okay, I can see you guys having a bit of fun talking to each other. We're talking about cats earlier, for example. I can see there's joy there in your lives still. You know what I mean? You're not miserable. Okay, you're not dragging your heels. He doesn't want His people to be miserable. Okay, He wants them to suffer well when they suffer. Okay, patiently endure with patience. To suffer well, to suffer for Christ, fight the good fight of faith. Okay, because, if you're miserable and dragging your knuckles, you can't be a light amongst people. They won't see your light. They'll see a person who looks like they believe in Jesus and they're miserable, right? They're miserable. So it is a balancing act. There is a lot expected of us, because, we're great, what is it? So we're great. Where is it? It's with great blessing comes great responsibility, I think he says. But what in his word, I'll have to find that scripture. But what he says is, when you're given something, you're given a great responsibility, and we are. So we're caretakers. We're caretakers of His Spirit. Okay, we're here to witness for Him. That's for the 8th plague, locusts. And the Lord said to Moses, "Go into Pharaoh, for I've hardened his heart." So my point was, actually, I was getting to, was that He can harden our hearts. He can do that to change us. Okay, all of a sudden things are going well, then you start having some thoughts of maybe, I don't know, some bitterness or something. All right, he can harden your heart for a period of time. He can teach you a lesson. He can have you firsthand experience something traumatic so that you may learn. Okay, God does that, right? He does that. How often we think it's always the enemy, but it's actually often God. And if he uses the enemy, so it really depends. It really depends what you're doing, what you're thinking. Operating in your flesh is pretty easy to do. Backsliding is pretty easy to do. When I say pretty easy, because you just do nothing. You just basically get up in the morning. You don't read your Bible for a good week or two. You just start to get busy with your job and stop thinking about Jesus. All right, focusing back on the world. Before you know it, you're on that trajectory back into your old life again, and your thought patterns will start to dissolve. And now the Spirit will convict you during that time, right? And so it's going to be very hard, and you'll just end up suffering greatly. And then at the end of the day, we know that, right, is that if you go back, if you start to traverse back into that place, you're really just costing you your blessings. You're really costing you, you're putting yourself in a position where you don't want God to be. God could get quite angry at you because you're turning away, right? He's going to say, you knew righteousness, but you turned away. So you're like a dog going back to its vomit, or a pig wallowing in the mire, so in the muck and the mire. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. And we don't need to do that because there's peace found in Christ. You won't find your peace going back to the world. You'll find tribulation. You'll find peace moving forward and growing. That's where your peace will come through that. So I encourage you, if things are getting tough, don't look back, look forward. And the forward will actually, while it's full of suffering, there'll be greater peace found in that suffering, because you're suffering for his name. You're not suffering for your own name. You're suffering for his name. So yeah, we have to be on, hot on fire as much as we can, and how do we do that? Well, we encourage each other with his word. What we're doing now, we encourage each other because we know his promises are true in his word. He doesn't lie. And we can all see the changes in our own lives as we grow. We can see the changes from sanctification. We can see the suffering when we look back on our own lives. We all are in agreement about that suffering through our lives, and differently as well. But we all have a testimony. We all have a story. Every one of us has a testimony, all right, which is cool if you think about it. We all have a testimony. We all have a story of how God came into our lives, all right? And that's the wonderful thing. So yeah, he can change our hearts. Okay, so if you've got bitterness, you've got lustful desires, whatever it is, okay, he can change your heart, and he can harden your heart for a time. Okay, so you need to be able to recognize that. That hardening of a heart it'll prevent that love pouring through. To be honest, perfectly honest, I've had this happen to me many times. And what I've learned about it, I haven't spoken about it, but what I've learned about it is that when he's done it to me, I have this period of time I go through where it's like I'm unable to get the emotions out, and I've experienced it before, and all of a sudden, you just have this big cry that comes from nowhere, right? It goes through this. You go through this like a kind of like a repentance of something. For example, like something that you might just be repenting daily. You might just have a prayer, and then all of a sudden you feel this big waft of love come over you, and you feel this really emotional kind of state, and you start crying, all right? And you get those tears out, and it feels amazing afterwards, and you actually feel like your heart's softened again, like you feel like you're open again, right? And I've experienced that a few times now, where I've just been kind of like in that state, and yeah, that when those tears pour out, it's like you've opened the door again, and it's like you feel the Spirit more, you feel it, you experience it more, and I think so. Like, I'm not encouraging you just to go and start crying or anything, but I'm saying it's how I measured, where I was actually I think I was hardening my heart, or he was hardening my heart on some issue, right? Where I was being a little bit emotionless, if you will. I wasn't getting it. And then when he made me see the error of my ways, the tears flew, right? And then I just, it's like a weird, I mean, I won't get into it too much more than that, but it's like that, right? Yeah, it's exactly it. It's this big surge of tears that come out, and then afterwards you feel amazing. Like the next day, it's usually like the next day afterwards you have a really, really good day because you've got it all out. So, we do need to take our problems to him, and like I say, don't only just bring problems all the time. Try and have try and bring the good things too. Like, give thanks when you pray. Give thanks for the things that he did that day. They're a blessing, Like, don't just groan, but also give thanks. Silent prayers, use the silent prayers. I like that. Tears are silent prayers. You say, I thought you were getting a bit deeper than that. Use the silent prayers. Tears are silent prayers. A relief. He puts every tear in the jar. Yeah, he does. He says that, doesn't he? I like how he says every hair on your head's numbered as well. How do you have the tear jars? Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. Have a good cry. It's good for you. But all right. So he hardens their hearts, and he can and he will. All right. Clear point. Okay, so I've hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I may show these signs of mine among them, and that you may tell in the hearing of your son and of your grandson how I have dealt harshly with the Egyptians and what signs I have done among them, that you may know that I am the Lord. So Moses and Aaron went in to Pharaoh and said to him, just looking at the time, thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, how long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring locusts into your country, and they shall cover the face of the land, so that no one can see the land. And they shall eat what is left to you after the hail, and they shall eat every tree of yours that grows in the field. And they shall fill your houses, and the houses of all your servants, and all of the Egyptians, as neither your fathers nor your grandfathers have seen, from the day they came on the earth to this day. Then he turned and went out from Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh's servants said to him, how long shall this man be a snare to us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God. Do you not yet understand that Egypt is ruined? So we see the correlation between these pestilences and the pestilences in Revelation, for example. Like, we see the blood in the water, we see the locusts, we see all of these kind of correlations between what's going to come upon the world in Egypt, and so as we go through like all the bowl judgments and all the different things, we see these pestilences pour out. So I'd like to do a bit of a one-to-one kind of table of them, where I had them all there. It'd be good to see the comparisons there between everything. I haven't actually studied it much, to be honest. I haven't studied the bowl judgments as much. I've focused a lot more on the seals and things like that. So we can definitely look more into that as well as we get closer to the end of Exodus. So he says, the Pharaoh's servant said to him, how long shall this man be a snare to us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God. Do you not yet understand that Egypt is ruined? Okay, so the people are starting to complain now. So Moses and Aaron were brought back to Pharaoh, and he said to them, go, serve the Lord your God. But which ones are to go? Moses said, we will go with our young and our old. We will go with our sons and daughters and with our flocks and herds, for we must hold a feast to the Lord. But he said to them, the Lord be with you. Now, the other thing that just comes up here is when he says this, right? He says, we may hold a feast, right, to our Lord. So the other correlation is the wedding supper of the Lamb, what we see here as well. He's like, let my people come out of Egypt, or come out of the world, so that they may attend the feast, you know. It's very much like the wedding supper of the Lamb. Like, and then he also says at the end, we read this a lot in Ezekiel and Isaiah and so forth, how part of the promise or the promise for this time, for the end times, is that they'll come back into the land that they'll promise to. So we see it's likened to the spiritual exodus that we're talking about, is likened to a journey as well. It's likened to this journey that the Israelites went on. There is some clear correlation obviously there. We see also that the pouring out of the Spirit with the two witnesses is likened to the reoccurrence of Acts, the book of Acts. So we just see time and time again, there's nothing new under the sun. You know, it's just like under the sun, all these things repeat. But this is a correlation that's subtle, but, you know, I've only just sort of drawn my eyes to it now, but it certainly holds weight to say, you know, this was the main excuse for letting the people go, that they may go and sacrifice to the Lord, okay, for one sacrifice, and now it's a feast. But he said to them, the Lord be with you, if ever I let you and your little ones go. Look, you have some evil purpose in mind. No, go, the men among you, and serve the Lord. For that is what you are asking. And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, so that they may come upon the land of Egypt. I think what we'll do, we'll go to 4 hours. I'll go to the 4-hour mark on the video, and I'll leave it there. So we'll go for another 30, and then I think we'll call it, just so that it's not getting too big that no one's going to rewatch it. But also too, you know, that's a good read. That's a decent read, and that gives me enough time to grab some dinner before I wake up and do it again in the morning. So we'll do that. So he says, Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, so that they may come upon the land of Egypt and eat every plant in the land, all that the hail is left. He said this again, right? Did I just scroll up? Sorry, I'm just saying it repeated here. I thought he already did this. No, it hasn't, because we didn't talk about the east wind. Okay, the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, so they may come upon the land of Egypt and eat every plant in the land, and all that the hail has left. So Moses stretched out his staff over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind upon the land. Okay, so just quickly, just make sure my work stuff doesn't open. I'm just conscious of that, because this is always live. It's just loading, guys. Maybe a sec. Alrighty. It's just down here. So this is what we pulled out of Enoch. Okay, the east wind. Okay. Interestingly enough, this is what I was curious about. He caused an east wind. We see the south wind has locusts and desolation. The north wind has locusts and desolation. The north wind third portal has snow, rain, and dew and locusts. But on the east wind, there is desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. It's interesting. He says, okay, all the hail of Moses stretched his staff over the land, brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. So the east wind brings a locust here. That's very interesting, because it's actually in Enoch, it's different. The locust came up over all the land of Egypt and settled on the whole country of Egypt. Such a dense swarm of locusts as had never been before, nor ever will be again. That's got me a bit confused by that. Such a dense swarm of locusts as had never been before. We'll have to check that. Check I didn't miss the word locusts in that. such a dense swarm of locusts as had never been before, nor ever will be again. They covered the face of the whole land, so that the land was darkened, and they ate all the plants in the land and all the fruit of the trees that the hail had left. Not a green thing remained, neither tree nor plant of the field, through all the land of Egypt. Okay, so absolutely desolated. Okay, thanks, Christina. Sorry, I just saw your message. Yeah, so go have a sleep, and you're just missing a little bit, and you can just watch from like 3.5 hours on with the video, and you'll catch up on the end if you want to later. So have an awesome sleep, and thanks for joining. Really appreciate it. Always love having you guys here, and so thanks, Christina. Okay, so this east wind, there's nothing left. The locusts come out. Not a green thing remained, neither tree nor plant of the field, through all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh hastily called Moses and Aaron and said, I have sinned against the Lord your God and against you. Okay, so he's saying now he's sinned. Now therefore forgive my sin, please, only this once, and plead with the Lord your God only to remove this death from me. So he went out from Pharaoh and pleaded with the Lord. And the Lord turned the wind into a very strong west wind, which lifted the locusts and drove them into the Red Sea. Not a single locust was left in all the country of Egypt. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not let the people of Israel go. Okay, this is probably the most relevant plague of what we were talking about earlier. We were discussing the eclipse, we were discussing the earthquake when Jesus died, the darkness, the 3 hours of darkness. We've also seen in the Bible the correlation between, days, weeks, hours as being different when discussed in the Spirit. For example, we've seen references to, like, for example, in heaven, one day on the earth one day in heaven is as 1,000 years on earth. And we've seen other references from years to days, other things like that as well in Daniel. So it's not a hard stretch to really say 3 hours could become 3 days, like in the Bible, like at any stage. Like, it really isn't a hard stretch at all. We also see the sign of Jonah, which was 3 days, and some other things we talked about. But this darkness relates to the time of Passover. Okay, so Passover's coming. It's upon us in a couple of weeks. So for anyone just joined a bit late, okay, tomorrow was at the start of this calendar here, of the TorahCalendar.com. If you look at this, okay, and you go to the first month of the year, well, this is the official first month of the Hebrew year, calendar year. Okay, so the spiritual new year, it's called. Okay, Rosh Hashanah, and not Rosh Chodesh, which is the end of the month, or the moon, so the first visible crescent moon for the start of the new moon. It's actually the start of the new year, okay, which is, I think, let's have a look. Let's just be 100% sure on when that happens. So, for example, I can only use my current time as a reference. So if I go worldtimebuddy.com and I just put Jerusalem and Sydney, conveniently it's remembered. I like this. And then if we look at the Torah calendar in Israel time, it's the 11th of March. Okay, but we got to understand that their day starts at a different time than ours. Okay, so the 11th of March is when? So it starts at 6 p.m. the day before. Okay, so technically 6 p.m. okay, in Israel, okay, would be 3 a.m. my time tomorrow. So actually, just about an hour before we read tomorrow morning would be the official start of the first day, or the spiritual Hebrew New Year. So when we start reading the Bible in the morning, morning my time, we're already an hour into the spiritual New Year, or the Hebrew New Year, right? On the Hebrew calendar. So then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days Okay, we have 12 days, and then we hit this Passover point with the blood moon, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 days, and we hit that great big American eclipse that everyone's talking about. Okay, so I bring this up because we're reading about the time in Exodus about Passover, the story of the Israelites, one of the most important stories in the Bible to understand, because it's not about Easter. Easter was a Catholic thing created. Okay, so the Easter bunny, okay, it's like an old Yule tradition. Bunnies come from that old pagan society. All right, so Easter is with the bunnies and stuff is the actual pagan celebration. I have to remember which god it is that they celebrated Easter with the bunnies and chocolate eggs and stuff. But it's basically a deception. But then when we talk about Easter, God's actual feast, is actually it's Passover. Okay, it's not. Throughout the Bible, it does not say Easter once. All right, it talks about Passover. Passover is what we celebrate. All right, it's Passover. All right, so never say Easter bunny again. I'm sorry to shatter your chocolate dreams. But it's the same thing as Christmas, right? Christmas, we know it's the red man. Okay, it's Santa anagram for the red man, Satan. We know it's the time of what's his name's birthday. His name just escaped me all of a sudden. It just went blank. Of course it did. But anyway, it's also Saturnalia as well and other things. So it's multiple pagan events at that time. Nimrod's birthday, thank you. So Nimrod's birthday. And so we don't want to celebrate things that aren't there and we aren't instructed to celebrate. Now, just about every church on this planet is going to be celebrating Easter in the name of Jesus, but they celebrate Easter, the tradition of Easter. Really, they should technically be celebrating Passover. Okay, we don't obviously do the have a Passover Seder and stuff, and that's how the Jews would celebrate it. But what I'm saying is, it's referred to as Passover. It always has been. It's throughout the Bible, right? Throughout the Bible, and the time of Nimrod, the time of the Jews escaping, it wasn't Easter. It was Passover, where the spirit of death came over. So, study it, understand it. That many of our current days. Christina, yeah. This is too good to go to sleep on, guys. I'm sorry. Go get some sleep. You can rewatch it later. There's no point, because it'll affect your spirit too. You'll be full of oil and then you won't get enough sleep, and then you'll wake up and you're tired, and you'll end up getting attacked in the fleshly attacks of the enemy. So you're better off to try and get a bit of sleep and look after yourself. You can hear me waffle on any time. As long as you've had your daily bread of the word and that you've read the word today and you feel good, that's the main thing. All right, but look after yourself too. Don't bust yourself. I'm guilty of this, and every time I do, I regret it because I end up having to get sleep to catch up, and so don't bust yourself. But my point is Passover. All right, Passover is one of his feast days. Passover is when he had the Last Supper. All right, he had the Last Supper on the eve of it. Okay, and then he died on Passover. Okay, that's what we see in Luke, Mark, Matthew, written about. Go prepare the Passover. He doesn't say go get the Easter bunny. Go get the chocolates. He doesn't say go prepare Easter. No, he says go prepare the Passover. Okay, so if we want to be accurate with his word, let's be accurate and tell me where it says Easter in the Bible, because it doesn't. All right, Easter is something that man has mingled into Passover and made it like a duplicate. Okay, and then associate and ascribe everything to Jesus at the time. All right, and that's what they do. All right, so we have to be careful, not to fall into the trap of following pagan traditions, but in honoring his original word and not modifying the scroll, if you will, not modifying it, taking away from. So I will leave it up to you. Take it to him in prayer, whatever you believe. But I certainly don't celebrate the Easter Bunny and that time. But at Passover, I like to read the story of Exodus. Okay, like to read the story of Exodus and like to talk about this because he's our amazing, incredible Savior. He died for us at this time. Okay, and once they killed him and the veil was torn in two and it went dark, they suddenly realized and went, man, he was the Messiah. All right. They really understood then, didn't they? All right. So we're leading into darkness. Okay. And that's at this time. So this is like, it's horrendous to think about this, but this is, I'm telling you now, this is going to happen again. Like all of this, like we're talking about. Okay, the 9th plague, darkness. And the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand towards heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt. A darkness to be felt, like a thick darkness, right? Like a darkness to be felt. He says like, now this could be articulated. We know rabbits don't poop chocolate candy. I like that. That's good. That's good. Yeah, so if you actually do, just spend 10 minutes Googling the source. When I say Googling, I mean you need to dig because most of the results will be, modified. So you might need to go looking and studying and searching. Go look at the original source of the bunny with Easter. And you'll get different stories. You're going to get like some interesting story that's weaved that somehow comes back to Jesus. You're going to get all this sort of stuff. But it really, if you start digging, you'll find it comes. I remember doing this. This has been a long time, so I do need to put it down somewhere. And I will as we draw closer to this date. So I can say, here's why I believe we shouldn't celebrate this. But basically, just have a look, right, and just follow up on what I'm saying. Don't take my word for it. Do your own diligence, and you'll see that it's total BS, right? A book called Too Long in the Sun. Oh, I haven't heard of that. Haven't heard of that. Thank you. I might check that out. Too Long in the Sun. So one interesting thing he says here, right? This is a darkness to be felt. Is he talking spiritual? Is he talking a spiritual darkness? Or is he just saying the darkness was so dark that you could feel it? Right? So Moses stretched out his hand towards heaven and there was pitch darkness. Okay, so pitch darkness, like black darkness, like you can't see. In all the land of Egypt 3 days. Okay, so you could feel this darkness. It wasn't just sight. You could feel it. They did not see one another, nor did anyone rise from his place for 3 days. They didn't see one another for 3 days. Okay, when you're in the dark here, your eyes can adjust to the light, like adjust to the darkness a little bit, and you can eventually see movement and people a little bit. All right, this is so dark that they couldn't even see each other, but they couldn't rise from their place either. And thus I go back to the dream I was talking about earlier, the 2 dreams. I saw a purple light outside. I was mesmerized by the purple light. I don't know what it means. Right? I still don't know what it means. But there was a clothes horse, which we call in Australia. It's basically like a big thing where you hang all your clothing on. That clothes horse was in the middle of the room. And then all these people that I know in real life, like people that I work with, they were all lined up. They were all standing there in the first dream. Right? And they were standing there and they were just frozen. And I could see that they were alive. All right, they weren't just like completely frozen. So I could see that they were alive and conscious and whatever, but they were frozen and they looked like that they were blinded, like that they couldn't actually see. And they were just in place. And I was actually just freely moving around, looking out the window, right? And I'm looking, just trying to figure out what was going on. But they were all, I think it was probably about 5 or 6 of them, maybe a bit more people. And it was really an interesting dream. And then I had a second one where I saw other people that I knew, and it was the exact same thing. There was this purple light again. There were 2 people on the ground standing before me, and they were quivering and shaking and crying. Okay, and then there was a couple of people in front of me who I knew I would have considered in the world that I've known. They just could be representation, though. God likes to do this. But these two people that I actually know, I would consider them, if they came into the faith, I would consider them to be people that were warm people, or people that I wouldn't expect would ever go and hurt somebody or do anything like intentionally, intentionally. They're people in the world that I would have seen as good qualification for Christians if I was to, they're not people that like loudmouth people that go, doing all this stuff. They're just very normal people. And they used to be two people that I was friends with. And so they were good, but these other two that I used to be friends with, they were on the ground, like freaking out. Like they were basically just being judged or something. And they were freaking out. Like they were like begging. I don't know what they were doing. But that same purple light was there in the dream. I was so puzzled because I was at peace in both dreams. I was like completely and utterly like more peaceful than I feel now. I was like, couldn't care less, just as like, just so like content with everything. Like that peace, we talk about. So I always resonate with that because I know those dreams, like they weren't a dark dream. They weren't a dream of like from the enemy or anything like that. I know they were good dreams, but they were informational for some way. And I still, I don't know, like I don't know the purple light, what it means. But it was a purple light, and it was like you took like an ultraviolet light, like a purple. If you've ever seen those ultraviolet cleaning lights, right, that you clean things with ultraviolet light, I was like that, but it was outside. So it was like some sort of ultraviolet light or wavelength or something. Don't know. I just mentioned that in case that resonates with anybody. Anyone has any ideas, anyone's had anything similar, then, let me know. But I definitely am a believer that there's this darkness going to come again. And I feel like this scripture was like in my dream, but they just couldn't move, they were so blinded they couldn't move. And I remember clicking with that with Paul in Damascus. I think he was blind for like 3 days as well, wasn't he? But I just remember he was the same. He was like blinded in his eyes and he couldn't see. He couldn't move. And that got him to that point where he understood and he turned 180 degrees. He repented and he changed. So is Paul on the road to Damascus one of those other examples, of that changing? So they did not see one another, nor did they rise from his place for 3 days. But all the people of Israel had light where they had lived. Okay, so they all had light in their dwellings. Then Pharaoh called Moses and said, "Go serve the Lord. Your little ones also may go with you. Only let your flocks and your herds remain behind." Okay, Pharaoh called Moses and said, go serve the Lord. But Moses said, "You must also let us have sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. Our livestock also must go with us, not a hoof shall be left behind. For we must take of them to serve the Lord our God, and we do not know with what we must serve the Lord until we arrive there." Okay, there's another thing that we learnt when we're reading this about this story that's fascinating, is the fact that they kind of like take the bounty, or they take this kind of like whatever they have in the houses they're in, they take it. Like it's kind of like, it seems like a shadow a little bit for God's people during this time, where they're kind of like given this blessing, right, which is like coming from those on the earth, or those in living in Egypt, for example. Like I don't know how to describe it, but it just seems like there's a point to it. It seems like he's saying almost like his people, right, they're going to take things off those in the earth somehow. They're going to retrieve those things, or they're going to inherit something. I don't think, I'm not talking so much about money as such, but when I have to find it where we're reading it, it jumps out at me because it says it again here. All right, so not one thing will be left behind, but we must take everything. And then it said something like, it said, whatever house they were in, they took like the silver and gold, I think, and then they wore them as jewelry. Right? That's an important fact, and I don't understand, or I don't know yet what he's getting at, but that's an important fact when it says that. I really feel that. So we probably have to revisit that, or just burn it in our memory a little bit, because I think it's important. But here they're saying, it's important that everything that we have comes with us. For we must take of them to serve the Lord our God, our livestock, and we do not know with what we must serve the Lord until we arrive there. Okay, we don't know where we're going, we just know we're going. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said to him, "Get away from me, take care never to see my face again, for on the day you see my face you shall die." Moses said, "As you say, I will not see your face again." And for a time. A final plague threatened. The Lord said to Moses, "Yet one plague more I will bring upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt." Okay, we'll finish up in 10 minutes, guys. "Afterwards, he will let you go from here. When he lets you go, he will drive you away completely. Speak now in the hearing of the people, that they may ask every man of his neighbor and every woman of her neighbor silver and gold jewelry." And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man, ask of his neighbor and every woman of her neighbor for silver and gold jewelry. And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. So Moses said, "Thus says the Lord, about midnight I will go out in the midst of Egypt, and every firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die." Okay, this is a terrifying thing if you've had children. When I say terrifying, is you could relate to this, right? You can relate to the fact of what it would be to lose a child. One of the most horrible things you can experience is losing a child. Okay, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on his throne, even to the firstborn of the slave girl who is behind the handmill, and all of the firstborn of the cattle. There shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there has never been, nor ever will be again. But not a dog shall growl against any of the people of Israel, either man or beast, that you may know the Lord. You may know that the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel. And all these your servants shall come down to me and bow down to me, saying, "Get out, you and all the people who follow you." And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in hot anger. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Pharaoh will not listen to you." Okay, so we've all been a bit like Moses, haven't we? All right, like you basically were talking about this earlier. Is that people harden their hearts when you minister to them, or you talk to them, or you warn them. Okay, it's likened to this, right? We've probably warned them more than 10 times, and warned them the things to come and Jesus' return and all these things coming. Okay, and the immediacy of the need for salvation and faith. And so you do eventually get frustrated and angry. I think we've all experienced that. It's tough. It's tough, okay? And that's Moses is going through it right here, okay? He went out from Pharaoh in hot anger. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Pharaoh will not listen to you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt." Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not let the people of Israel go out of his land. Okay, I can't not read the Passover after all we've said, so we have to continue just this little bit. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, "This month shall be for you the beginning of months." Okay, what's the beginning of months? Okay, the first month of the year. All right, if you can see that. Sorry, I know it's probably not super zoomed in. There's a 1 there, okay? Now, just so you understand, there is 12 months in the Hebrew year, and a leap year there's 13 months. Okay, you get Adar, the month of Adar, and then you get Adar 2. You get a second Adar if it's a leap year. But it's added to the start, right? It's added to the start. And so month 1, okay, as we see here, all right, this year it starts at the 11th of March, 2024. Okay, what did we say? It was the sign of Reuben. okay, in the constellations, the sign of Reuben, okay, the water bearer. Okay, when we see in Luke, John and Peter say, Jesus says, they say the time came to prepare the Passover, okay, and John and Peter are instructed in Luke, they're instructed, okay, to follow the man carrying the jar of water, okay, which is the sign of Reuben in the constellations, or the Greek name of Aquarius, which relates to this time, right down to the very moment, okay, and he says, follow the man carrying the water, or the jar of water, and he says, and enter into the house with him. Okay, but in Mark, he just says, follow the man. He doesn't say to go in the house, all right? And then in Matthew, I can't remember, it's different, okay? But it's a different thing, right? It's a different thing each time. And so my point is, he tells us in Luke, in the story of Luke, he confirms 100% in that layer that we talk about, okay, that he's referring to a time period. When he says, follow the man to prepare the Passover, he's giving us the time of year. We know when it is based upon the stars, right? That's one of the most easily proven parts of it, is that he says, okay, so like, and without getting too off track, if I just open this quickly, right, and I just have a look, and we just have a look at this, we just have a look at the sun, for example, okay, and then we look at the dates. That's all we need to do. Yeah, we're not worshipping the sun here, or there's nothing to fear. We're just looking at this for signs and seasons and times, okay, and then we're going to look at, okay, so where is the sun? There's the man carrying the water, okay, all right, we can see that there's these little moments here, and as we keep going, okay, just before, like, so where we are about now, he's starting to leave the man carrying the water, okay, he's starting to leave there, March, yeah, which is, so where are we now? So we're here, and where this happens here, this moon happens here, oops, wrong one. If we time this, I think if we can do this by minutes, see the moon, this crescent moon sort of appear here, because we see the moon and the sun. My point is that now he's moving towards this sign of the fish, or Pisces, right? So during this time, so we are here on the calendar, we're on the 11th, okay, the 11th here, we're just exiting, we're starting to exit the sign of Reuben, okay, and we're starting to go into the sign of the fish, okay, so we're given a time of the start of the month, okay, he's given us the time of the start of the month, pretty much down to the day, right, because once he gets past this point, he goes straight into the fish. So he gives us the month through that story. Okay, it was time to prepare the Passover, follow the man into the house. All right, the man carrying the water, it's the water bearer. Okay, and then we're given this date here. So we're in this month. Okay, then we're in the sign of Pisces, or the fish, for example, which, you know, relates to, if I go back to my map here of which tribe that relates to, okay, we see down here, it relates to Gad, the tribe of Gad, for example. Okay, actually Gad's probably one of the tribes I know the least amount of. But Gad is the symbol here of the tent, okay, and the sign of the man on the horse. And so we also see Gad refers to two fish in the water, foundation, stream, river, pond, lake, also referred to as Leviathan, or anything to do with water, for example. Okay, so he's referred to strongly as water. So the man with the water, carrying the water jar, okay, his job's done, and then we get into the water as well. So you see that there's this correlation between the heavens and this correlation to the Bible, and the Bible's written in story form, and he gives us all these clues as we go along. So, but we are very close to Passover, so I'll just quickly keep reading. I just wanted to point that out. Why is that important? Because it was one of the first things I noticed that led me to study more deeply because I couldn't deny it. Once I saw it, my mouth was open. I was just like, drool on the floor, because I was like, that's amazing. How amazing. And then I realized all the tribes are up there, right? That all 12 months of the year are the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay. And once you realize that, it changes the Bible completely for you, because you understand that it's greater than what you think it is. It's not just stories. It's not just this and that. It's like, it's literally everything around us and everything under the sun. So the Lord said to Moses and Aaron in Egypt, "This month shall be for you the beginning of months." So it's month 1. "It shall be the first month of the year for you. Tell all the congregation of Israel that on the 10th day of this month, every man shall take a lamb according to their fathers." Okay, so the 10th day. Okay, so day 1, 2, 3, 4, 10th day here. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3 days to prepare for the Passover, as someone mentioned earlier. Thank you. Okay, so take a lamb according to your father's house, a lamb for a household. And if the household is too small for a lamb, then he and his nearest neighbor shall take according to the number of persons. Okay, so they're saying if their family is too small, then they can share the lamb with the neighbor. So there's provision for that. According to what each can eat, you shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish. Okay, Jesus was without blemish. A male, a year old. You may take it from the sheep or from the goats, and you shall keep it until the 14th day of this month. Okay, interesting how he says that. You may take it from the sheep or the goats. You may keep it until the 14th day of this month. So what's the 14th day? Passover. Right here. Blood moon. Okay, this is, the lamb of Elohim slain. They refer to it as here. Okay. Now, one point of confusion that I want to point out to you is that when he ate the meal with the disciples, the Last Supper, you have to understand that Passover doesn't start at midnight. Okay, you need to know this. You need to know that Passover starts at 6 p.m. the day before, because the Hebrew day starts at 6 p.m. So at sunset it starts. Okay, so Passover is here with the blood moon. Okay, but it actually starts at 6 p.m. It's sunset the day before. Okay, so that is the time, like when he we're talking about where he sat down to have the meal, was actually like after 6 p.m. the day before. Because then we know, through the night he was arrested and all of that other stuff. Okay, we know that from Peter, it was dark in the times they were trying to sleep. It was the middle of the night. When we go through the 4 watches of the night, which we're still studying a little bit, which has got really, really deep, really fast when we try to unpack it. So you have to keep it until the 14th day of the month, when the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill their lambs at twilight. Now, I looked this up. Twilight is, from when I looked it up, and let's just do it again. I'm pretty sure it was midnight. But let's just double check that, because it has been a while. So let's go to Exodus 12, verse 6. Just so I'm sure. I remember we actually hit this before somewhere. Right. No. Yeah, that's right. We thought it was midnight and it was evening. That's why it's important to look at the context. So let's just go to that word and make sure evening in the Hebrew means the same thing. Sunset, night, dusk, night. All right. So to be clear, you kill the lamb at sunset. Okay. They shall kill their lambs at sunset. So on the 14th day, it's saying here. Then they shall take some of the blood and put it on the 2 doorposts or the lintels. Yeah, the lintel of the houses in which they eat it. Okay, blood on the cross. Very common correlation there as well. The timber lintels on the door frame. Okay. They shall eat the flesh that night, roasted on the fire with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They shall eat it. Okay, so the bitter herbs, not going to be that pleasant. They shall eat it. Do not eat any of it raw or boiled in water, but roasted, its head with its legs and its inner parts. Okay. Anyone who's had roast lamb, it's amazing. If you like your meat, for example, done well, roast lamb's awesome. I don't think boiled lamb would be very nice at all. You shall let none of it remain until the morning. Anything that remains until the morning you shall burn. Okay, so you got to consume it all. It's a feast. All right, it's a feast. In this manner you shall eat it, with your belt fastened. Here we go again. Back to the sandals on your feet. Okay, so we keep coming to this correlation of these sandals. Okay, and it just keeps coming back and back and back. So what I have to bring up the board if I can find this quickly without disrupting this too much. Okay, but when Jesus sends out the 72, which is, originally I thought it was only in Luke, but I actually found it in Matthew as well. And it's almost the same. So there's some other correlations here. So it's there's another. I thought I put it here. What I did with it. Anyway, we won't worry about that so much. But basically what he says in the 72 is he says, carry no money bag, no knapsack, no sandals, and greet no one on the road. Okay, and their job is to preach the kingdom of God has come near you. But when he sends out the 12 apostles, okay, he says, take no bread, no bag, no money, but to wear sandals. Okay, so these guys are to wear sandals, but these guys are not to wear sandals. And we also see in Song of Solomon, and he says I put it here, yeah. How beautiful are your feet in sandals, O noble daughter. Your rounded thighs are like jewels, the work of a master hand. All right. And there's all this, it becomes a rabbit hole with the sandals. We see in Ruth, the exchange of how he came into an agreement with his sandals. There's a lot in this. It keeps getting better and better. But the reason why I say this so much, why the 72 is so important, all right, is that what happens is when they're sent out, all right, is Satan is cast down to the earth. Okay. Now, what do we understand is that Satan was obviously, cast down to the second heaven. He was still able to present before the throne and accuse. Okay. But then he's cast down to the earth. And what happens is Jesus sent them out, and they say they saw Satan fall like lightning. Okay. Now, if we go into Revelation 12, just after the woman goes into the wilderness, we see Satan's cast down. Okay, and he falls like lightning. Okay, so what they're saying is this group, the 72, for example, if you double it, you get 144. Just if you couldn't understand that. That's about my math limit too. But when they fall, right, this is the key part, is they come back after testing their powers, all right, they return. This is in the same the same section. They return with joy, and they're like, even demons are subject to us. And they say they saw him fall like lightning. And then Jesus says, I have given you authority to tread on serpents and scorpions. Okay. And then they return, and they're just they're happy that they've it's like they've tested their powers, right? They've been given these powers, and that they say that they can cast out demons and they can do this sort of thing. But then Jesus rejoices, all right, at the end of this bit, okay, which is so different. He says, everything that's been handed over to me, where is it? Where does he say it? He says, in that same hour he rejoiced in the Holy Spirit, and I said, thank you, Father, Lord of heaven and earth, that you've hidden these things from the wise and understanding and revealed them to little children. Yes, Father, for such was your gracious will. All things have been handed over to me by my Father, and no one knows who the Son is except the Father. Okay? And then what he says, he does this. He blesses these people, right? Jesus. And he blesses them and said, blessed are the eyes that see what you see. Okay? For I tell you that many prophets and kings desired to see what you see and did not see, and to hear what you hear and did not hear. It's like he's talking to a time where he's like saying, what you guys are seeing and experiencing and hearing, all the people that came before you desired to hear this, okay? Desired to hear this, and he blesses them greatly. And so this is really, really suspicious, okay, the 72, as being prophetic for this other time. This is not, when you read this in context, because of Satan falling like lightning, it hasn't happened at that time. It didn't happen then. So how could it happen then and they return? This has to be prophetic for the future. And that's why we've been drawing this correlation. Interestingly enough, I did some more digging and I found this same group in Matthew, but there's some differences there again, which I believe that they might be sent out, but I think that they're actually, when they're sent out during their time at the end, they're sent out during that period of wrath, I believe. I believe that from my current understanding is that's all I think at the moment, all I know. But we have this 72, and then we've got this separate group in Mark. We've got this Luke, Mark, and Matthew correlation happening again. Different things in the three different Gospels, completely different. Okay, but we see that what happens in Luke, this is one of the only instances I've found that happens in Luke, happens in Matthew in this way, but it's different yet again. So we will do more on this, but this is really, really, really important to understand, because this sandal thing is another mystery. So if anyone comes up with any good ideas, we will continue to pursue it. But it's really important. It's everywhere in the Bible, and it holds the key to some things. So in this manner you shall eat the Passover, right, with your belt fastened, okay, and your sandals on your feet, okay, and your staff in your hand. So we see in Mark it's talking to the disciples with their sandals on their feet, but those in the 72 don't wear sandals, they're barefoot, okay, they're barefoot. It's different, okay, and you shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover, for I'll pass through the land of Egypt that night, okay, and I'll strike all the firstborn of the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and on all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. I am the Lord. The blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. So, important story. Passover, the spirit of death. God says, I'm going to come over, right? He says, when I pass over. Okay? It is the Lord's Passover, for I will pass through the land of Egypt that night. Okay, I will pass through the land of Egypt that night. It's not Satan saying, I will pass through the land of Egypt. It's what the Lord says in his commandment. I will pass through. Okay? It doesn't necessarily mean him physically passing through, but what it might mean is that, I'm doing this, right? Whatever I bring is going to pass through. It's from me, right? It's from me. So this time of Passover involves the spirit of death coming over, all right, and just taking people in their sleep, all these kids in their sleep, and they're all just taken, right? And then there's great mourning in the land, great mourning, and it's those those that were in the world, children. It's not the Israelites, it's those that were in the world, okay? Because the Israelites, they've done what he said, like they've taken and they've sacrificed, okay, they sacrificed the lamb and followed his instructions, okay, and painted the blood on the lintels, like unto the blood of Jesus on the cross, all right? It's on their door, it's on their house, right? So it kind of rings true to like this, faith versus no faith kind of thing. Like, you've followed him, obedience, yes, right? And then you've got the people, the shadow of the people in the world, and all of a sudden their children just die, right? It's pretty full on. But this is Passover. Okay, this is no Easter bunny, What did you say earlier? Like pooping out chocolate. This is like Passover, right? We need to know this. Most of the world don't know this, right? They they see the story of Jesus dying, but they don't know this other side of it, of the Israelites. They're like, you say Israelites, and they're like, who are they? And you're like, they're everyone. They're the nations, right? They all amalgamated into the nations. They were God's people. They disappeared. They're the lost sheep of the tribes of Israel. Okay, he's the shepherd coming to gather up his sheep. Okay, but his sheep know the sound of his voice. All right, they know his voice and they follow him, and he leads them to the gate. All right, he leads them to the salvation, and he makes them lie down. All right, they want nothing. Psalm 23. So, the Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside still waters. He restores my soul. Okay, the great shepherd. Okay, that came along. So the story of Passover is amazing, right? Yeah, they hearken to his voice. Exactly. Adult firstborns too. I've thought that. I was curious as to others' understanding. Well, in this story, it just says the firstborn. So, I mean, we can assume, children, whether adults, children, as whether babies, firstborn. I think it's just all firstborn, because what do we learn about the firstborn? The firstborn gets the blessing, right? They get the greatest blessing. We learn that through the story of Jacob. However, it's turned on its head in the story of Joseph, when the secondborn, the younger one, gets the blessing. And so, yeah, we basically see that, it's the blessing of the family line is severed, right? The strongest with all the blessing of the firstborn is removed. So, you know how much when you have your first child, if you've had children, like, you have those memories of the first child you have. That was like your, it's a very important thing. When you go on to have more children, I've only had 2, but the first one is usually the one that gets a little bit of the attention first, even now, because they were the first, right? They came along. And then you get, I think it's a very valid, good question as well. I agree. Because, it's just like, it just says the firstborn. But yeah, I was just saying, like, we do still practice this today with the firstborn children as well. We love them all, the same, but we tend to always recount those memories when we've had children. It's an important thing. So this would have torn their heart out, So, for I'll pass through the land of Egypt that night, and I'll strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. Okay, so not just man, which is a great point you add here, from animal to man to child. And on all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. I am the Lord. The blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, here's this personalized thing again. When I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. Okay, so if you're ever going to say I bring a sword, this is it. Like, this is it. I bring a sword on this place. Like, this is a great example of bringing a sword. This day shall be for you a memorial day, and you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord throughout your generations, as a statute forever, right? Forever. You shall keep it as a feast. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. Now, who's he talking to? He's talking to the Israelites. Okay? He's talking to the Israelites. Now, obviously we've come from various backgrounds. None of us know our heraldry. We can look up our heraldry. You can look up your coat of arms of your surname, all right, and you can look up and compare the heraldry. Okay, I did this with my son this morning just to teach him. I showed him, where our family fits into it, for example. Okay, and so, we had bits from, my family had bits from Reuben and bits from Benjamin, right? For example, on one side of the family, it's easily to identify on our family crest, right? Some might be different, but because I'm from Irish background, it's quite common and easy to point out the Irish kind of things there. So it depends on where you're from. Some countries, your surname might be, you might have to do a bit more digging to find the family symbology, whether you're from a tribal nation or, like you might be from Africa and you might have like a more tribal background. But it's interesting. It's an exercise not to say this is why you're saved, you're selected or chosen. No. It's not at all. It's you're saved through Jesus, right? But what it is to understand how the Israelites affected our modern society now. So the Israelites and where they were scattered like seed, okay, all these banners are very applicable to all of us now. Even like my family surname, which I won't share because of privacy reasons, I never share that, or where I live, for example. But I won't, my surname comes from another name, okay? And that other name, it comes from another name and another name, okay? So, and that's how it kind of works, right? And if you go back all the generations, you'll find that there's a correlation to the places where the Israelites scattered to, and then you'll find, the Israelites scattered there and had families, and then they just kind of dissolved into the population. Okay, so through that population where they all scattered, that's what happened to them, all right, for these tribes. That's what happened to them. Now, Judah, for example, and Jerusalem and so forth, right, where Jerusalem is, so they returned back to Jerusalem, and in Nehemiah and Ezra, they rebuilt the temple and the wall. Okay, they returned. Okay, but then when they returned, we see that they died out over time. We see a lot happen in the time of, between that period of time when they rebuilt everything and Jesus coming. There's 450 years of silence, prophetic silence. And that prophetic silence that happened, everything kind of changed, right? So when Jesus turned up, it was a dangerous place. It wasn't full of just the followers of the way, which it used to be called, or it's called actually after Jesus comes, I believe. But the follow believers in God, if you will, followers of the faith, and those that that were righteous, for example, many of those have been persecuted during that time, and things changed a lot in 450 years. So we see that what happened to Judah and Benjamin, the Levites ended up scattering as well, and there's a whole bunch of different theories on what happened to the Levites and which way they went and other things, but it all kind of dissolved, right? Everything started to dissolve, and then we ended up with this fake group of people that call themselves Jews. They speak about in Revelation and how they hide behind pretending to be the real Israelites and the real Jews, but they were just they were basically children of the devil or tares. Jesus called them children of the devil, for example. So, that's why it's so confusing now, because people look at Jerusalem and just think that was God's people and bam. No, you have to read in the Bible and study and realize that, it's a greater story than that. That the northern kingdom got taken to Assyria, southern kingdom got taken to Babylon. And when all that happened, they were just spread out everywhere. All right, yeah, wheat versus tare. That's right. So tare is basically somebody who defines themselves to serve Satan. So they're somebody of the flesh. Okay, so they're just operating in the flesh. And out of that flesh manifests these spirits, right? And out of that flesh manifests Satan. And so why do we crucify the flesh? Because we need to get rid of our wickedness and our spirits that are manifest through us. So this is spiritual. Okay, so if we're fleshly, or we go down the fleshly route, for example, we're going to find ourselves, operating out of that with all those thoughts that after we were saved started to disappear a little bit. So we're still, while we're in the flesh, while we're physically here, we're going to fight this battle between the flesh and the spirit until the very end. But we must continue to fight against it and crucify it. One of the greatest ways to crucify it is reading the Word, what we're doing now, praying and fasting. Okay, fasting will crucify that thing, really. I liken fasting to you do it, and then there's kind of like a small delay, kind of fades. And that small delay, you don't see it coming, but that fasting you did that day, or that period of time, that little delay, you wake up the next day and then you're strong in the spirit. Right? You don't see it happening at the time. When you're fasting, you're usually suffering, right? And you feel like you can feel weak, you can feel this and that. But like that next day, you realize that spirit's like soaring. Or if you've like prayed and fasted and read the word, you're on fire. All right, so we must be very careful, as we were talking the other day, with the oil in the oil that we in our lamps. We are a lamp. Okay, we are a lamp. We are the lights on the lamps on the lampstand in Revelation. Okay, His people, and because we are a lamp, we need oil all the time, constantly to burn. Okay, constantly, and if we deplete that oil, our light gets put out. Okay, and then so we have to build it up again and be lit again by our great light, which is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So in order to build up that oil, we must be constantly like looking at our gauges, if you will, like likened to somebody who's watching a set of gauges. Like there's a fuel gauge, there's an oil pressure gauge, there's a temperature gauge, and it's likened to that. How's our prayer life? How's our fasting? Okay, how's our fasting to suppress the things attacking us? Okay, that's one of the main points of it, and to draw closer to God. Okay, how are we reading the Word? Are we doing those things consistently? If we are, okay, guaranteed that meter's going to be higher on all of those gauges. If you're lacking in one area, okay, you're going to lack in all areas. You have to constantly keep assessing where you're at, constantly keep examining yourself, and you have to keep building and building and building and keeping everything high. That's what He wants us to do. He wants us to keep everything high and keep strong. If we do that, then when the time comes where He says, all right, it's time, right? It's time for this big move, right? This big move in my mighty hand. When He does that and He's like, where are my servants? All right, and they're all there with their gauges up, ready to go. All right, when He pours out His Spirit, you're going to be ready to serve. All right, you're going to be ready to get out there and do what you need to do. So, that's the key, is that we do need to patiently endure. We need to build ourselves up and stay built up. And the only way, truthfully, is we can't do it alone. Okay, you can't do it on your own. Okay, I need edification from you guys. I need encouragement from you guys. Okay, I like to encourage you guys on this channel just because I'm the only one who can talk here. All right, I like to encourage you. Okay, but I need encouragement at times too. You need to encourage the encourager at times. Okay, because I get flat sometimes. When you guys are soaring, I'm flat sometimes. Other way around as well. When I'm soaring, one of you guys might be flat. Okay, we need to lift each other up. And if we don't do that, we're all not going to make it. Okay, we're all not going to make it. So what I'm saying to you is we want to be ready, right? And I mean, when I say not going to make it, I mean not receive that blessing that we know we seek after. Okay, doing the best we can do with the time we have. Okay, we know we're going to be saved. We know that, all right? We know that if we live in a way where we don't continue to sin, intentionally, willfully sin, we're living a life of repentance, we're drawing closer to Him, we're being faithful, loving Him, loving each other, we're going to make it, all right? We are going to make it. But what I'm saying is that we want to make it and not just like get a B, we want to get an A+. Okay, we want to get a job well done. That's what we want to get. I know personally that's what I would love to get. I'd love to know that I made it, and then wipe away all the memories of the horrible times that I fell short. Okay, that's what I love, and I know you guys are the same. All right, is that all these moments we're going to forget about all this after a while, but we want to make sure we're just putting our best foot forward all the time. And in order to do so, those gauges that we talk about, or I just use that as a way of articulating it, we need to keep those things high, and we need to pursue those things. Now, some people will say, well, all we need is faith, all we need is this. Yes, while that be true, okay, faith without works is dead. It's in the Word. Okay, your works matter. Your works do matter. in order to bear fruit of the Spirit, okay, you must pursue that. You must pursue walking in the Spirit, okay, and then you must pursue all those things. And he wants us to operate in love, right? So, in saying that, so the blood, okay, is really important. Let's go for a little bit longer and then okay, the blood's really important, and this darkness is the death of the firstborn. This day shall be for you a memorial day, and you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord throughout your generations, a statute forever. You shall keep it as a feast. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the first day you shall remove leaven out of your houses. For if anyone eats what is leavened from the first day until the seventh day, that person shall be cut off from Israel. Okay, so it's talking specifically to the Israelites of the time. On the first day you shall hold a holy assembly. On the seventh day a holy assembly. Now, I'm not saying to you need to keep the Passover in this ordinance. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying to you is it will be a good idea for you to acknowledge your Father on this day and say to him, praise God for this day. Read the good night, Kim. Christina, why are you still here? Come on, you got to go to bed. But thank you for hanging around. I promise you, we're just undone. We're just undone. Have a great sleep, Kim, if you're heading off. It seems like you are. Thanks for joining. My point is, praise God on this time, right? And just say, God, acknowledge the Passover, because it's an important thing. Like, let's acknowledge this Passover this year, okay? And just say, while everyone's talking about Easter, we're talking about the real thing here, right? We're talking about Passover, okay? And we're acknowledging him. We're acknowledging his son, his death, and what he did for us, okay? So absolutely important to acknowledge that Jesus died for us at this time. And if you want to know when they celebrate it to the ordinance of God, is look at the Torah calendar, for example. Look at the date, look at your local thing. Now, I've explained to you, after doing deep research on this topic through the blood moons and the new moons, this date is the date, okay? I promise you. There's no other, unless there's any other changes of time through history. This is the only thing we have to go off, is the blood moons and the new moons. And this date where that blood moon is true Passover in accordance with the Gregorian and the Hebrew calendar. So if there's any year that you're going to do this, where you're going to acknowledge it and, make sure you don't have to do like the big Seder event or what the Jews do. I'm not saying that, but just, acknowledge the day. Read Exodus, for example. Read it to your kids. Read the story of Passover. Just read it, open up, say a prayer, like acknowledge your God, okay? Because these people here, they were your forefathers, right? These people here, all right, even though they did evil and wickedness and they were cast out, still acknowledge the fact that your God saved them from Egypt at this time, like he has saved us from our own Egypt in the world. So really good opportunity on a day like this to just, say a prayer, read a little bit of word. We'll do something for this. Okay, we'll do something for this on here. Anyway, like we'll make sure we recognize it on here. We'll make sure we say some prayer, and we'll do a reading as well. Okay, but I think that this is an important time. This is where he spent time with those that he loved, his disciples. All right before he was taken. This is the time where he went through his greatest suffering. This is the time where the Israelites were set free. All right, this is an important time. It's time where Jesus died for us. Okay, so, let's come against the chocolate bunny this year. Okay, and kick it in the face. Okay, kick it in the face, and then put our Lord up there and say, glory to God for sending a Savior and saving our lives. So we'll do something for that, and I think that's key. So, okay, so he says here, 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the first day you shall remove leaven out of your house. If anyone eats what is leavened, from the first day until the seventh day, that person shall be cut off from Israel. On the first day you shall hold a holy assembly. On the seventh day a holy assembly. No work shall be done on those days. but what everyone needs to eat, that alone may be prepared for you by you. And you shall observe the feast of the unleavened bread, for on this very day I brought your hosts out of the land of Egypt. Therefore you shall observe this day throughout your generations as a statute forever. In the first month, from the 14th day to the month at evening, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at evening. Okay, so from the 14th to the 21st, which is 7 days. For 7 days no leaven is to be found in your houses. If anyone eats what is leavened, that person will be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he is a sojourner or a native of the land. Kick the bunny in the face. Absolutely. Absolutely. I hope I don't get some sort of weird dream with a bunny in it tonight after saying that, because in just about every time I say something controversial, it always finds its way into a dream. So you shall eat nothing leavened. In all your dwelling places you shall eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called all the elders of Israel and said to them, Go and select lambs for yourselves, according to your clans, and kill the Passover lamb. Take a bunch of hyssop. Okay, we learned that hyssop was a way to cleanse things. And dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and touch the lintel and the 2 doorposts with the blood that is in the basin. None of you, I'm pretty sure that was what we're reading about. It was like something to do with the scarlet when we're looking at the colour, I think. You hope you don't dream of bugs. Yeah, I'd say don't do that for sure. Take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and touch the lintel and the 2 doorposts with the blood that is in the basin. None of you shall go out of the door of his house until the morning, for the Lord will pass through to strike the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door, and will not allow the destroyer to enter your houses to strike you. This is the key bit. He says, I will pass through, I will do this, I will do that. And now he says the destroyer. Okay? You shall observe this rite as a statute for you and for your sons forever. Okay? You shall observe this rite, this practice, as a statute for you, for your sons forever. And when you come to the land that the Lord will give you, as is promised, you shall keep this service. And when your children say to you, What do you mean by this service? You shall say, It is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover, for he passed over the houses of the people of Israel in Egypt, when he struck the Egyptians but spared our houses. And the people bowed their heads and worshipped. Okay, so understand this. All right, when Jesus had his meal, all right, at the Last Supper, okay, he was paying homage to the Israelites. Okay, when he had that meal, that meal was like a Seder that he ate. He's talking about dipping the bread, okay? He's talking about they're eating a Passover Seder. They're eating a traditional Hebrew version of the Passover meal, for example, right? They were doing the same thing, right? Jesus sat down and did this, okay? And then afterwards, he took the cup and the bread and went from there, right? So what we see is that, he did this before as a preparation, but also he was the Passover lamb as well, as we see. Okay, so it is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover, for he passed over the houses of the people of Israel in Egypt. Okay, so when you remember Passover, think of the shadow of death coming over Egypt, okay, to kill. When he struck the Egyptians but spared our houses, and the people bowed their heads and worshipped. Then the people of Israel went and did so, as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. Okay, we'll leave it there. I think that's good, because we'll leave it for a cliffhanger. Because we get into, we'll just read this bit and then we'll finish. So the 10th plague, the death of the firstborn. At midnight the Lord struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on his throne to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon, and all of the firstborn and the livestock. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants and the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where someone was not dead. And he summoned Moses and Aaron by night and said, Up, go out from among my people, both you and the people of Israel, Go and serve the Lord as you have said. Take your flocks and your herds as you have said, and be blessed. Be gone and bless me also. All right, so every house there was a dead firstborn in, okay, and then Pharaoh's like, get out, I'm done. You broke me. All right, you got me. And so that's when we start to tell the tale of the great Exodus. Okay, is that, his will was broken, and we see now the continuance of this, the fallout of what happens when they leave, and so we can relate this. If you relate this back to us leaving the world, okay, there's a process of leaving the world. It's a journey. Okay, it's a massive journey when you leave the world. You pack up all your stuff, right, and you set off on your journey. Okay, we all journey together, okay, as one. We're like a giant caravan of people, okay, journeying together in this spiritual exodus out of the world. And as people come into their faith, welcome Stone, welcome. I've been praying for you and your family, sir. Thank you. I appreciate any prayers, every prayer. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. God bless you. And so as we come out in this spiritual exodus, okay, that we've been talking about, it's been happening since Jesus came on the scene, started his ministry, because he was preaching the new covenant before he died, all right, and those that had faith would be saved, and many believed, all right. So yeah, this spiritual exodus is this giant escape, and this darkness, this spirit of death, okay, it's likened, we've escaped death, and we've got the given life as well. So there's multiple ways you can look at this, but this shadow of death, for example, like in this period of darkness, it also correlates to, on the cross, Jesus on the cross when he died. We also see this reference in Revelation, okay, to the darkness as well, talking about a reference to the blood moon and the eclipse. And once again, we're talking about Passover, and then we're approaching Passover now. We're here. All right, we're only 12 days away. All right, and then we're here, and then we have the great US eclipse here right at the end. So we've got the blood moon and the eclipse, which would fulfill the scriptures of a great earthquake in Revelation. Okay, so I would be watching like a hawk this time period and anything beyond it, because it doesn't necessarily mean it will happen straight on here. Could happen on any of these days on here. It could happen 40 days from here, like Nineveh, a sign of Jonah, for example. But what I'm saying is we just have to have eagle eyes and look and keep watching, because we are entering a time period unlike a time, we can remember where this calendar is in sync, and we know we're drawing closer to the end. So before like I say on this channel, I reckon we're building up to the time of the two witnesses being sent out. Whether Satan has been spiritually cast down or not, I don't think so. But, who would know, because a lot of this is spiritual. But I will definitely say that this is worth keeping your eyes on. So actually do your research in what they're pushing in America at the moment. They're pushing a lot of stuff about having fuel, having food for this time. So, keep your eyes out for any national lights out events, or anything where the power goes out, or anything where there's darkness planned, or anything else. And just stay vigilant, because we are going into this time. But as I said, I encourage you, we won't focus out on what the enemy's doing so much. We should just understand what's happening in the world. And we will celebrate this in our own unique way on the channel here. Might do a special reading or something like that, and do some prayers and things like that. But we should keep this and honor this day, the day where a Lord gave his life. Really important. But I do believe that we shouldn't be referencing it as Easter, unless we want to follow a Catholic doctrine, and we should be calling it what it is, what he calls it in his word, and keeping it as it is in his word. So I'll leave it there, guys. It's been wonderful. We're just approaching 4 hours and 44 minutes as I hit the exit button. And I thank you so much for joining. It's been wonderful. God bless, and Maranatha.